Anissa, for saving me.
Well,
um,
I try not to, even though I want to. Okay, we'll talk about it later.
oh, great. Okay. Now, in my case, I acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land, the traditional owners, the Wurundjeri of the Kulin Nation, and upon this land that I'm residing, and very thankful um, to be living here. I live in a place called Bandura, and Bandura is it's an indigenous, it's a First Nations name of the Wurundjeri people here, Wurundjeri tribe. Bandura means the plain where kangaroos are. And so I feel in a way, I feel that residing here, I've not only taken the land of the true traditional owners, the Wurundjeri people, the Kulin Nation, but I have also, in a sense, taken the land away from our kin, the kangaroos. And occasionally I see a kangaroo hop past my home, and I look at the kangaroo and I feel a certain sense of sadness that this is what we've done to their lives. And in a way that we have to acknowledge the fact that due to the kinds of turmoil that stems from colonialism, we have been displaced, detached from our homeland. So when you ask me my indigenous roots, I would say that my parents come from Goa, and the island of Diwar is a riparian island. And every time I go back to Goa, my cousins, they take me on like a pilgrimage. So we go to Diwar, and then they say to me that this is where you come from. So there is very strong connection with India. But then having said that, my people have been robbed of their own sort of identity and their own language because of 451 years of Portuguese colonialism, and which have ravaged the lives of the people that live there. But having said that, even there in Goa, I'm referred to as a Goinkar in my own language. But then there in Goa, um, my ancestors have in fact displaced the people who are referred to as Adivasi. And so the Adivasis are the people who have been there before. So in that part of Goa, you've the Goikars, and then you've got the Kumbis, the Velip, and you've got the Dangars. So, these are the people who were there before my people came and settled there and displaced them. So in many ways, this kind of idea of who is the indigenous, troubles me, because once when I was at a conference, and this was a conference for the first time, the hunting gathering studies group decided that wouldn't it be a great idea to invite some true hunting gathering people at these conventions? So they invited indigenous peoples to come there. And as a researcher of hunting gathering societies, I was invited. And then I was invited to sit amongst there were several First Peoples from the Americas, Turtle Island. And then there were so many, there were several from different parts of the world. But they invited me to come and sit at the table. So when I was sitting at the table, a friend of mine who claims to be an Adivasi comes to me, and then he points at me. He said, "What is this? What is this colonizer doing sitting at this table?" So it gives us this idea that our identities are really kind of relative to these sorts of various conditions that we have been placed in. So I want to start off by asking, who is indigenous and how do we define? And I should also say that I've always wanted to be a Maori, because when I was growing up, I was always thinking that, and my connection with wanting to be a Maori is to do with the All Blacks. They are my favorite team. And I can see Kelly smiling away now. But then I came and settled in Kelly. I hope you don't kill me on this one. But after settling in Australia, I barrack for the Wallabies now. So is that a friendship breaker now, or
It's pretty
it's
bad.
okay?
I know you're asking Kelly, but I'm just going to jump in and say that's pretty bad.
That's right. I know it is. I I've tried very hard to, but I must also confess that every time I see, um, it's very conflictual, you know, when the Wallabies are playing the All Blacks, because I feel, you know, there is one part of me in my heart says, you know, I want the Wallabies. Sorry, I want the All Blacks to win because of that connection that I have. But then there's another part of me that's saying, but however, you know, being a citizen of Australia, I want the Wallabies to win. So there is this internal conflict that goes on. So who is Indigenous? I mean,
You remind me of a time when I was in Edinburgh, and because my father is from Scotland, right? And so I was in Edinburgh, and it so happened that the All Blacks were playing Scotland here in Edmonton, and I was in Edinburgh, and I thought this is the most ridiculous thing I could ever imagine, that instead of being there, I was over there. And then I thought, but if I was there, who in the name of goodness would I ever applaud for? Because both sides of me were fighting each other, as it were. So, but that does not answer your question, which is a very contested.
I think it does. I think in the sense that, because I mean, Zanisa, I also want to be a Samalai, okay? So I feel that I've got this strong connection with Samai, as you know, yeah. But there is also this connection with the Samalai. But how do we, you know, we have so many these definitions of who an Indigenous person is. There are also these definitions that we find in by the UN, and I think all of us have written about this, but what is it? You know, we get occasionally, you know, people coming up and saying things like, we are all indigenous, you know, we're all indigenous to some place. But I find somewhat troubling, you know, when someone says that. And yeah, Kelly, what sort of
I agree, and I'll just forewarn you, Alberto, about rooting for Australians when you've got two Māori on here, and my son is just playing for the under-20 All Blacks. So yeah, we might gang up on you.
I did click like to your Facebook thing on that, right? So yeah.
The term of who is Indigenous is really really important, especially in these neo-colonial times. You know, because for us, for Auntie Makere and myself, so I'm using the word First Nations, and we don't really use it a lot in Aotearoa. So I'm using it as the first people that were here. So our ancestor Rakaihotu and his wife Waiariki or Aieo landed around 850 AD. So the founding people, and they came and they consecrated the land and did karakia and named the whenua. So that's why I say we're First Nations. Our uncle Rangi Marie to my haroa would say, we're not Māori, we're Waitaha, because of course we were hapu or smaller sub-tribes first. Being Māori, I think, is a term that was put onto us by colonisers. So before then we were whānau or families or bigger subgroups, what we would call hapu. And then we've had a wave of northern colonizers of Māori, North Island Māori, coming down into the South Island. And that's, around 300 or 400 years ago. So then another term we use is mana whenua, which is mana, which is the power and prestige of the land. Whenua's meaning land. So we held mana whenua, or we're from the land. And the people that were arriving down were called tangata whenua, so Māori or Indigenous from the North Island, people from the North Island. But over the years, I've become very dominant in the South Island. And so now they say that they are mana whenua, and they subsumed the First Nations people, a similar story to what you've been sharing. So who is Indigenous? And then we have people European descent that say, well, you guys came from somewhere. You're Indigenous in the Pacific, we are Pacific people, but we're Indigenous of this land. And then what space do people that come here, how do they connect? Then we've got people that have been here for 5 generations. They're not Indigenous to this land, but they definitely have a heart connection to our land as well. It's a topical debate. And then we also have people that say we are spiritually connected. So they are taking on the name of, some say we're Waitaha by spirit. And I said, that's awesome that you have empathy and affiliate with Waitaha, but, we are born into this life. I was born as a Waitaha person through my bloodlines. And I said, you spiritually, it's a different space. You can't come in and say, oh, so I can't go over to Malaysia and say, I'm a Malaysian person now because I identify spiritually with what Malaysian people say. For me, being authentic, and we would say tuturu, it has to be that your bloodline, because that was the genetic connection that I chose to come into this world.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And what about you, Zanisa?
Yeah, that's interesting what Kelly said about bloodline, because in Malaysia it's a part of what we actually call ourselves Orang Asli. Indigenous is an international term. So Orang Asli is we are in Peninsular Malaysia. On the other side, Borneo side, the community over there they call native people of Sabah and Sarawak. So what distinguishes us from Sabah and Sarawak is because we are Orang Asli. It's a different terms. So in Orang Asli Act, we are the community in section A, B, and C. There are a lot of sections in the Orang Asli Act, which is an ordinance previously done by the British during the colonial time. So in Orang Asli, whoever can be called Orang Asli if they are born by both parents or one of the parents is Orang Asli. But they are in another section that mentioned Orang Asli also is whoever adopted by the Orang Asli communities or individuals and raised by them and adopt their way of life. And again, that way of life is very contested because now our way of life is so different. And even though I'm from the community, but the way how do we define our way of life? So in this modern or developed world, it's a very contested thing to say that who are Orang Asli actually or who are Indigenous, other than speak the language and a way of life and physical features. So that's make it interesting to discuss. Yeah, Albert.
Yeah, I think this kind of what we call the ontological, problematic or questions, and always when I'm trying to reflect on this, I go back to my Samai, family, I would say, friends, So I always, I've told this story many times. I think Makiri will be quite sick of listening to it again. But this is a story where I used to attend a lot of the Samai rituals, they call it kubuts. And at the end of my time with Samai, when I lived with them for 14 months in a village, and after that, I had a choice of either writing my PhD on the economic system or to write on their rituals, because I spent so much time learning about their religion, their spirituality, their religion. So in one of these ceremonies that I attended, what the shaman does is the shaman will, as you know, Lisa, the shaman will call out the spirit familiar. In Samai, it's called Gunik. I think in Samalai, they call it Gundik. And they call out the spirit, and then the spirit will come, the spirit will come and take over the shaman's body, and the person will be possessed. And then this is usually to cure someone who's unwell, and they believe that someone who's unwell, the spirit of that person has traveled through the dreams and has got lost in the dream world, yeah, or in the cosmological world. So I was sitting there, and the shaman then, communicating with his spirit familiar, and as if like he's talking to the spirit familiar, and then he turns to me seated below, and then he tells the spirit familiar, he looks not like one of us, but he has the same hearts. And I think, that is where the difference, we are trying as much as, when I reflect on this, we try to use these kinds of Western ways of identifying people to put them into categories and classifications. But when I talk to my Samai friends, it is something deeper. It is that connection that Kelly, you presented it so nicely in terms of the spiritual, the connection, the genealogies that you said, not only with each other's people, but also with the land and with the, Makiri and I, we have talked quite a bit about that. What do you think, Makiri?
Well, so one thing, and I remember, and I know I've mentioned this to you before, I'm remembering the somewhat heated conversation that I was having with my auntie in the far north. And this was around the time when Waitaha were trying to say to the government, you cannot put our people into this treaty settlement because it eradicates us and we are not them. And so this idea of we are not them, this is the later, people that Kelly was talking about and who now have claimed ownership over almost the entirety of the South Island. And so we were contesting that. And again, and she said to me, and you'll recall that I said before, she said, ko waitaha tātou, meaning we are all waitaha. And I was like, no, we are not. No, we are not. We are not them. And I did the whole kind of genealogy to try and prove, I got it wrong anyway, but to try and prove that we were not them. And she insisted on saying, ko waitaha tātou. So it was quite frustrating for me at the time, but it reminds me also of something that I think about a lot, and that is the impact of settler capitalism, if you like, or settler colonialism and capitalism. And when we talk about and we write about the struggle of Indigenous peoples to regain rights, et cetera, when I think about and we talk about and we write about that great movement that actually began even long before in the 70s, but even earlier, when Indigenous chiefs and leaders went to try to get access to the Queen Victoria at the time. And then later, when that global movement of Indigenous people finally got representation within the United Nations in various ways and so on. But, with all of that, and in trying to get states to recognize it, has created more divisions. And in the process of me trying to say we are not them, that was exactly that thing that has created so many ways of rupturing who we really are. I was reading earlier there is a beautiful, beautiful Anishinaabe lawyer and legal scholar here who writes about Indigenous law and Indigenous ethics and all of these beautiful things. And as I was reading his work, I was reminded again of those principles that are so embedded in many, many Indigenous ways of being together, as well as on the land, which our struggles for recognition and the right to self-determination, aka, the right to development as it became reframed, have really, in many ways, disrupted those things. But I was also thinking about, to go back to earlier, I was in listening to Kelly, and I was also thinking about the fact that that there we have tribes here being at home. So I'm kind of currently in myself in Aotearoa, New Zealand. So we have tribes there whose genealogies say they were always there. They emerged out of the land. And so even when we talk about when we arrived, there are contested views about that or contested narratives about that. I remember standing in the Hokianga Harbour with a kaumatua, beautiful, beautiful kaumatua, and he was telling me their genealogy. He was actually telling me about his mother's toko stick, which is like a walking stick. Actually, Kelly has one behind her, she had one earlier. And his mother's one was marked with all the different generations, and he was telling me how many generations were marked on that and the stories of those generations, and his calculations were that we had been in that land for 3,000 years. So what does all of that mean? What does it mean to be Indigenous, and what does it mean to be the first peoples, and who defines that, right? Which is the burning question, isn't it? And you're right. I mean, as I think back to to being in Edinburgh when Aotearoa, New Zealand and Scotland were playing over here in Canada, which seemed to me to be a rank injustice, but also maybe saved me from ripping myself in two. And I remember, you know, my lovely colleagues, especially one who wrote so passionately about the Highlanders and the people in the Highlands and Islands of what is now Scotland, who were displaced by, and writing about them as Indigenous and the furore that has caused, which, you know, gives me to chuckle often as I and so what is the marker of indigeneity? And so when I'm on a roll, and I'm sorry, I will stop in a minute, but as I also think about some of the effects of those internal struggles at home amongst ourselves about who is Māori, who is not Māori, what does it mean to be Māori, and how some will say, well, those people there, they're not really Māori. And I so remember that conversation. Or to be Māori, you have to be able to speak your language, and you have to. And so we enter into kind of almost like competitions to prove which of us is really the most Māori. And it becomes, you know, kind of absurd. But it's also about the impact of settler colonialism and how that is played out, and what that has done to us as peoples and how we resist that. So I'm going to stop there. You should know better by now than to ask me a question, Alberto, because you asked me these really wonderful questions, and I can't
not at
stop.
all, Makiri. I mean, a dialogue is about talking and listening. So, you know, I can listen to you for hours, as you know. So it's
That's because you've had to.
no, not at all.
Anyway, thank you. It's such an interesting question.
Makari, it's very interesting when you mentioned about, sorry for interrupting anyway, Albert, because you said it's about dialogue, it's about talking. So it's interesting the notion when you say like how you try to project, you try to tell people that you are Maori, even though somebody maybe said you are not. while over here it's different. You know, we are trying to hide that we are in Orang Asli because of the prejudice behind it. But in fact, when we talk about peace, we are trying, just because we feel that people don't like us, we try to assimilate. We try to adapt with the environment wherever we are. So trying to hide identity is really synonym with the Orang Asli or indigenous community in Malaysia. And that also when I relate it with the way we walk in the forest, we try ourselves to, even we have a special like spell for us to actually embed it with the forest. So that's how our living, and that's how we actually project whatever we are in our environment until the environment actually embedded with us. But the thing is, when we go outside, when people see see our differences, and they start to differentiate themselves with us. And yeah, I remember when Albert shared with us the story where where he would actually bring a lesson to learn from the indigenous community when he walked in the forest, and the community feel that he's not really good enough when he walked in the forest. It was really like, you know, in our conversation, we always joke. We try not to actually make you feel like awkward when we actually teach in the forest. Like, for example, when I brought two of my friends in one of the very beautiful jungle in Tamanegara in National Park in Pahang, and we saw a snake up there, and then over the tree, and then I told them, I said, well, if we around Asli, we try to avoid, but some people, they try to actually see things, like they try to they try to see that this is unique and this is this. But being an Orang Asli, we know the rules when we walk in the forest. They are taboos, they are dangerous, and they are also things that you have to observe. So in our living, living in the city, or living in the forest, or living in our environment, so this setting is so important. So it's interesting when you said when you're a human, like you try to tell people that being a Maori is really, here I am a Maori. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's so interesting. Yeah. Kelly, did you want to add to this? Or?
I just wanted to add, when I worked for the Honourable Minister Mahara Okiroa, so he's was our Māori representative for the South Island, and he comes from Parihaka. So some of you may know about Parihaka. So it was one of the first passive resistance movements within Aotearoa, led by Tohu Kākahi and Te Whiti Rungomai. And he said, you know, identity is who you identify with. And so that has, you know, juxtapositions as well. But he's, you know, so for Makere and I, we can whakapapo, we have genealogical links to every single waka that arrived in Aotearoa. We can go back and back to the islands. But he was saying you identify with Waitaha because you are in the tribal regions of Waitaha. And, you know, when I was in Taranaki, I identified with the people there because I have whakapapa there as well. So I think it's also, we call it tikanga and kawa. So what is the special ways that the people in that area live? You know, what rules, protocols do they live by? So for Waitaha, it's very different. It's we have no history of war in our whakapapa, in our history. So being Waitaha is, you know, having that peace-based way of living and engaging, not only with people, but with our environment and animals and insects as well. And then, as you know, Auntie Makere, we have people that identify as being Māori that don't have bloodlines, but they identify as being Māori. And I think that legally they can identify as Māori and potentially go on to our Māori role I think that's one of the things. If you identify as Māori and you live, say a cultural life as Māori, then you can be classified as Māori. So it's a very different continuum.
So
challenging.
Yeah.
Back in the day, way back when, there was legislated the people who lived in the pa or in traditional ways were classified as Maori, and people who didn't were classified as non-Maori. And it was a very clever device in many ways, because it enabled, this was the very early days. So I'm trying to remember the years. I'm thinking 1912. I've written about it once upon a time, somewhere around about then. And so what it enabled, amongst other things, was to remove land ownership. Because once you classify somebody at that time, once you classified somebody or people or group or families as non-Maori, then they were, the Maori land entitlement was dissolved. They didn't have it. And any land that they owned could now be put under British title. And so, but that legislation was removed. So that legislation no longer holds. So I'm not entirely sure about that, Kelly. I'd have to look into that, because yes, I will look into that. But I know in terms of legal claims, etc., they can't claim. So it's really interesting.
Yeah, I was just about to say that what Kali said, so reminds me of the Cherokee scholars' workroom's name escapes me at the moment, but I remember him saying something about this, the importance of self-identification as Indigenous, and this is where for quite some time, Indigenous peoples have been robbed of that power, if you want to use that word, of the authority of identifying themselves, as Zanisa was talking about, why orang asli, and I know this for facts. But then, having said that, Zanisa, when I was with the Samai, we would go down to the shops and they would insist that I speak only Samai with them, and we would sit down in the shops, in the cafes downtown, and we would speak as loudly as possible in Samai, because they wanted everyone else around them to know that they are not Malays. So that's why Denton wrote his paper, if there were no Malays, who would the Samai be? Because it's to do with this kind of that dualism. And Makiwi talked about us and them, and this is where that kind of classification occurs. But the living with the Samai has changed me completely. I mean, I'm not just saying this in a kind of a romanticist way, as some anthropologists do, that, wow, we've gone to this place in the forest and how exotic it is. And I always say to my students, what appears exotic to you has become very familiar to me, because, you might think that living with the people in the forest is such an exotic experience, but it's become very much, very familiar to me. Now, one of the things that I found was that it has changed me. Just imagine Alberto pre-Samai, or pre-Orang Asli, I should say, because I started my research in 1975, and Alberto after that. And when you do that kind of comparison, you can actually see personality changes, characters, and these are important lessons that I've gained, which individually has changed me. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to share, because yesterday we had Douglas Fry speak about peace systems, and one of the things he mentioned was that how people like the Samai, he didn't mention the Maori, but someone should correct these anthropologists about the Maori, because they still think of the Maori as being aggressive. And so, and from what I gather from the Maori, they actually, they should be included into this peaceful cultures. That's why. So if you don't mind, I want to share this, what I've constructed or what I've created out of what I consider to be the semi-peace system. And if you can just speak to it or, share your own views about it, and I'm sure Sanisa will be able to, it's very similar, I should say. Let me share screen here. Oh, no, not this one. Sorry, let me open this. Okay, can you see that? And let me go to the beginning. Okay, so this is so these are the various things that have been described by anthropologists as representing the peace system of indigenous peoples or peaceful societies, as referred to. And so we start with sort of like 12 o'clock, yeah, and I have the word egalitarian. So this is one of the things that I found living with. And by the way, in the picture, that's my hut, just there. That small little hut there. That's where I lived for, close to 14 months. This one year.
Nice.
And so you've got the forest at the back. And now the first thing I learned was from them was and how this is important to the peaceful system, and it's to do with being egalitarian. So I know that in some communities, I think the Maori would recognize some kind of ranking within the society, but generally there's also still a strong sense of being egalitarian, isn't there?
Are you looking for an answer, Alberto?
I'm just putting this out there. So
Right.
What I consider to be the in my research among the Orang Asli, I wouldn't say research, I mean living with them. This is what I learned of the importance in terms of building peace. So you've got to be. So let me just run through very quickly. So there is equality as much as possible. I wouldn't say equality, but equity. Everyone in the community had equal access to the various parts of the forest, parts of the resources that are provided there. The altruism and reciprocity. I think Makiri, we spoke about generalized reciprocity and how it's so important, and the sharing that takes place within the community that binds them together. Pro-social cooperation, peaceability, the ability to live in peace, and how kids are socialized into peaceful. I think Zanisa can talk a lot about that as well. Forms of conflict transformation, indigenous forms, or whenever there is conflict, what they do is they have a dialogue, a village-based dialogue, bringing people together. And it's not a kind of a situation where they try to punish who they consider to be the perpetrators of whatever conflicts are, but really it's to try to come up with not sort of a punishment. It's not like a trial, but what they actually attempt to do is to ensure that such kinds of conflict does not escalate into violence. Very strong. They abhor any form of violence. They very strongly hold on to non-violence. And the other thing I learned is, mutual respect. And I think Makiri, we talked about this before. The students in Jenny Murphy's course was asking her, how come these two people in the class, they can show so much respect for one another? And this is to do with, what I picked up from the Orang Asli, in the sense of empathy, and empathy in always putting themselves in the shoes of the other. And like once Denton asked someone, why don't you hit that person? And And the Samai responded saying, because it will hurt him. So it's a kind of situation that kind of empathy, it's a connection. So what can you add to this, or in terms of your own experiences, peacefulness? Kelly will talk about the All Blacks and how they
I won't talk about the All Blacks here. But for us, I think that we would say mā te wā, all in good time. We take our lead from our kaumātua, from our elders. We know that they are wise beyond our understanding at times. And so, we sit on things and let things percolate, so don't respond immediately. And when the time's right, and when our elders give us the thumbs up or the green light to go and do something, we know that we've got we would say the wider or the spirit behind us to go forward and advance whatever kaupapa or theme we're on. So for us, we are minorities in our own country. We are dispossessed of majority of our land. It's difficult for our families to live because we have to go to the cities to work, like a lot of Indigenous people, and we don't have enough whenua or land to sustain ourselves. But it's also carrying that the peace in your heart into the communities wherever you live, and then coming back together as a bigger family groupings for the rituals and ceremonies and birthday celebrations and all of those things that we can come back to replenish our spirit, and also engage in those deeper conversations about what's happening in your community. And also so we're starting to talk about what we need to do for the next generation, so that they're not left with pieces that we haven't tied off for them. So, that might be for land. So succeeding in our family land, because if we don't do it, then our children don't have the connection to tie themselves back to it, and the land is lost. Reintegrating Māori language. So I'm not a fluent speaker, but my sister is, and she teaches it. So we're bringing back the language into our family. And I know we'll have lots of participants in here that, have your own Indigenous language, and it's such a treasure within your family for you to be able to speak your language, like you were talking about, Alberto. So just the vibration of being able to speak your own language, it does something to your heart and your brain. And we're talking about other ways that we can connect as a wider grouping, hapu iwi of Waitaha, to uphold all of those things that you've got on there. And I'll hand over to some of the other guest speakers, but that's kind of what we're doing as a family. We've got a whole range of things. We engage in education, social wellbeing, environment, Treaty of Waitangi claims. There's lots going on for us, but we always try to approach it with having that peace-based, underpinning what we do and how we engage with the local council or the national body of government. For us as Waitaha, that's what's important, is how we move in those spaces and how we represent ourselves and carry the mana or the power and prestige of our tipuna. And that's what distinguishes us from the more dominant, aggressive tribes as well.
Kia ora. And so you remember, Alberto, I think that I once talked about the fact that mana, the term mana is very important, and it denotes, prestige and all of those things. However, as I remember very well, that mana, we get it in two ways. And one is it's inherited from our ancestors, you know, depending on ancestry and things. But the other is ascribed. But most importantly, the teaching I was given was that mana, you uphold the mana of others. That the most important thing to do is to uphold the mana of others. And one of the things that I think that the recent efforts around claims and so forth has diminished is those sorts of teachings. And I also, you know, one of the things that colonization did in the South Island where we're from, where our people are, is that it introduced a new system of governance to the one that was there. And this was written about by Governor Gray. They introduced a two-tiered system, which became the basis of the current political system that was established with the acclaim. And it was quite different from what was described as a very flat system, which engaged the whole people, the entire village, men, women, and children, and the decision-making process that was in place at that time. And so, you know, when I look at the principles that you put here, I remember that was the system that was in place, that very flat, non-hierarchical system in which reciprocity was absolutely key to everything and upholding the mana of each other. And quite different from the imposed system that has been adopted as a pseudo-traditional governance system, but it was no such thing. It was definitely was not a traditional system, despite what the government and certain others would like people to think. So this is part, I think, of that heritage of definitely of peaceful relationship. And it is about relationship. It's about that notion of how are we in relationship with each other, which is so beautifully reflected in this diagram. It is all about, well, what is the nature of our relationship with each other? And as Kelly said, as we move forward into different spaces, what is our relationship with all in those spaces, not just ourselves? So kia ora, Kelly, thank you. It was beautiful.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear from Maori perspective. Well, in Rasi, it's like it's all over there, especially like the mutual respect is really important in the community. So I agree with what Albert says, and also in the Orangely community, particularly the Similai community, we have a different type of fall. It's like in Maori, I read a book, Victims of Progress by John Bodley a few years back when I did my PhD. And it's interesting because the way they fight for their freedom and the way, although they didn't win the war, but they won the respect from the colonial. So so that's really important, like protection and conservation in the Orang Asli community. So in this peace system, when I actually went, when Albert asked me to, well, indirectly, politely requested me to present today. It's very interesting the way we always in Malaysia we call it the old people, orang tua. The orang tua way of requesting is so different. It's like a rhythm, indirectly ask people to actually do something. So, and I said, I wonder whether is Albert trying to ask me to do something? I said, okay. So I volunteered for today. It was like a very hectic day this few weeks, but I finally made it today with my family coming in. So back in this peaceful society, well, I actually have an article published online, and it's interesting when I read what Albert mentioned about society. He write it in a very beautiful writing, and it's really interesting the way he described the peaceful societies, the indigenous community way of life. And when I actually defined it in the way when we clear our land, it's reflect in the Samlai community. When we clear our land, the mutual respect between the soil and also the entity, the spirits that actually inhabited in that area, including the flora and fauna, which I will, if Albert permits me, I will share it later, so you will understand what I'm talking about. So in that system, before we clear the land, we will ask permission from the spirits. So when we ask permission, we want to determine whether the land is suitable by the term, we call it Gohop and Sedaj. Gohop means it's the warmness of the area, and Sedaj, Smikdaj, is actually the coolness of the area. So in a way, this term reflect also peaceful in that area. So when before somebody actually want to build their land, want to plant something, they have to ask the permission. They recognize that somebody else there, sit there, even though it's a very unseen entity, some like maybe a beings that you can't see. But the Orang Asli, the indigenous community, knows that somebody occupied the land before they want to clear the land. So it's a ritual embedded in it, and I believe in Maori system you also have that kind of system before you like a very interesting where you welcome somebody with your ritual. Well, I saw it online anyway, and one of my professor, his name is Putsali. He went to New Zealand for a few years, and it's really interesting story I heard from him about New Zealand. It's really like yeah, because of when I did my study, I intend to whether I choose whether I want to choose New Zealand or whether I want to choose Australia or whether I want to choose Ireland to actually further my study. Unfortunately, because of the PhD things want me to do because of my university want me to do within Malaysia. So I have to say no to La Trobe University last time. So that's the story behind me and meeting Albert anyway. So peaceful in that manner anyway. So yeah.
Yes, Anissa, you remind me that, you know, and I don't know that it's practiced very much now, but, and they also do it here, except again, I don't know that it's practiced very much now, but I have witnessed it, that karakia before we do things. And there is also, it's really interesting because there are stories about what happened when it was done wrongly. So, I'll just pause for a little minute.
Yes.
Okay.
Someone's iPhone.
For instance, the top blowing off the mountains and volcanoes erupting. We have stories about the fact that the karakia was not done correctly, and so these things happen. And when people go hunting here, they traditionally would always ask permission of that moose or of that elk. I have seen that not happen, but I have also seen that happen. And so I think that those traditions, which are really, really important, are also in often cases a casualty of colonization and our endeavor wherever we are to become like the others, so that we don't suffer as much. And I have to say that there was, you know, until maybe the 90s or 80s or 70s, Māori would be, especially where we come from, be more than likely to to pretend to not be Maori or to be ashamed of being Maori because it was still regarded as, not a very nice thing. And I have stories about that, but that's not for here at all. They're old things. But so as I reflect on those things that you said and that Kelly said, you remind me of those traditions. And I'm reminded too of our lovely, our beautiful, wonderful Moana Jackson, who left us not very long ago, and how he always insisted that Māori were lovers, Māori are gardeners, Māori are poets, Māori are writers. In contrast to this warrior that has become so popular all across the world, the image of the Māori warrior. No, we were these other things. Yes, there were those, and in our own history as Waitaha, we were massacred by a northern tribe that came down. There are those stories also, those true stories. However, we were these others, and we are these others. And so it's quite, yeah.
No, sorry, I should explain. I just realized on the slide that I'm showing, this is part of a presentation that I made recently at a conference in Lithuania. So I have the word anthropocentrism there. And the reason for this is because this was presented in a panel with Doug Fry and several other anthropologists. Now, there is always this tendency among scholars of, in peace studies and in general. I mean, Kelly is an exception to this case. But you find that there's always this tendency to think about peace as if like it's just peace among fellow humans and, peaceability and peacefulness among us. So that's why I use the word anthropocentrism there. Because the next slide, which is what Makiri and I will be talking about tomorrow in peace ecology, which Zanisa and Kelly are most welcome to join us if you wish. So tomorrow we are going to take this further, and Zanisa and Makiri, Kelly, the three of you have already touched on this, because when we are talking about peacefulness or peaceability or however you would like to describe it, you cannot separate it from that important connection that we have with the land. And the thing about when Malays, Zanisa, you know this, and also in Indonesia, you wish each other and you say, salam sejahtera, and then the next thing you say, you use the word saudara, saudari. Saudara is for a male and saudari is for a female. But when you actually look at it, where the word comes from, it's Sanskrit. And saudara, Sanskrit, which actually comes from sauda, which actually means the offspring of people from the same womb. And so so in other words, it's like brother or sister from the same womb. So when the people in the past, when they talked about the womb, because today we translate it as if like it's a womb from woman, which is, a sensible way to think about it. But here it's actually the womb of Mother Earth. We all come from the same earth, so it's, in other words, it's like how our brothers and sisters in South America or, south of Turtle Island, they think in terms of Pachamama, so that we are all in fact connected to this. This is something that we will try to tease out tomorrow. So the connection of peace and peaceability among human societies, for indigenous peoples, that connection is with the land or with the environment or ecology, however you like to call it. And once we separate ourselves from that, and this actually explains a great deal for me, because every time I go to my ancestral home in Goa, in Divar, and then my cousins and the other relatives, they would be talking to me, and then they ask me in Konkani, so how do you feel? And it now makes sense to me, because I would say to them, I feel very much at peace, because it is a certain kind of connection that it is indescribable. It is it's beyond intellectual, possibility of trying to apprehend it, because it's something so deep that you just don't, you talk about it, but you don't realize that connection. And indigenous peoples have that connection. Now, Makiri, I was thinking of your wonderful way of talking about mana, like the connection. And I started thinking about it in terms of empathy. I mean, empathy is not it's not a nice word, or rather it's it's one of those concepts that we use. So in terms of empathy, neuroscientists have now indicated that the mirror neurons in our head, in fact, illustrates, I should say, or in fact provides strong, insurmountable evidence that we are innately, we have got a predisposition for empathy. So empathy is something that's hardwired to us. Now, indigenous peoples always had this strong empathy. But if I can speak about we, in these so-called Western societies, or however you describe it, we are being socialized into a system. And you mentioned, Makiri, about capitalism. Yes, we have been, where it promotes individualism. It promotes materialism, where we feel that, the kind of the neoliberal personality. So each person is for him or her own sort of, to fulfill his or her own demands. And so this, in fact, I think is where we have, in fact, the fractious aspect of peace today is related to this, the fact that our empathy have been blocked. So we feel, in a sense, that we are individuals, that kind of connections that we have, the competitiveness between, various people. You have to succeed in this world. If you get ahead the others, you must, in fact, compete with one another. And then you have a military system, which in fact promotes it, trains people to block their empathy so that they can go and kill others. And the thing about this is that majority of the soldiers would try not to kill their so-called enemy. We have dehumanized our enemies, So this is where I believe, that's my view, that what I've learned from, sorry, I'm getting a bit emotional now. What I've learned from the Samai is this strong sense of empathy, this connection, feeling the pain of someone else, but also feeling the elation whenever they are. I remember times when I was in the field, when someone had some good news, we all felt, we all felt as if like that good news applied to us, and we all were so happy, and it was not just sympathy, but it was really empathy, it's kind of that deep connection. And that's, I think, for me, that is the solution to the problems that we face in the world. If you believe that, if you believe like the Samai do, that whatever you do to this other person, okay, whether you hit that person, whatever you do to the other person is going to cause pain to that person, which you are going to feel, then, I think that's, for me, I think that's really, it's the crux of the issue of conflict.
Yes. Go.
Sorry, Michael, you go first.
Please.
Michael.
No, please.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Sorry for that. Well, it's very interesting when Albert mentioned about empathy, because in our society, and I believe in Maori society as well, and our empathy is in action. In Orang Asli culture, everything is action. particularly the Malay, and I believe all indigenous community. And when, for example, in our culture, when we hear about death in our community, all activities related will be immediately stopped because we want to respect the dead. And the whole community in that village will come and support the person, will come and support and bring things to actually support the family who is lost their family members. So this is when Albert talk about capitalism, and this is in contrast with capitalist society, where in I heard somebody said that they don't understand why the orang asli has to stop all the activities when there is death in within the village area. So this is what they see from their point of view is when we stop activity, this is not productive because we can't produce anything during the day, because what they see is everybody we have a huge gathering, especially last time we have 3 days gathering to actually in a way to help the individual and to help the family. And when my parents passed away, and we have this system where we actually need to serve people who come and attend the ceremony. So at first I don't understand, being in a capitalist, modern society, you always feel like a dilemma between the education and also to maintain your culture. And I don't understand, when it hit me, when my father passed away, and I understand why we need to serve people, because when we serve people, when we give them drink, when we cook for people who come and visit us and stay with us, then the feeling of loss is, somehow you don't really feel it. The numbness, it's hard to explain unless you actually really lost somebody, So this is a very different interpretation between the capitalism interpretation and also the culturally understanding, and the changes within the social the community, the young generation is also, to understand what do you mean by family, to understand what you mean by culture, and to understand what you mean by what is bereavement in the whole system, in the whole society, and why there is a need to actually to sit down and spend a night or spend 3 nights with the community, with the family. So yeah. So what do you think, Kelly or Macquarie? It's interesting, yeah, if you could share.
Kelly.
I think that's what, we might call it the cultural rub, is between trying to live your life as a connected family unit or tribal people within a colonial system. And at times there's that interface that doesn't meet very well. We are still learning here in Aotearoa after 180 years of colonisation. And if you don't have a co-governance, so if you don't have your Indigenous people sitting at the same level, there's always going to be that friction and fraction. In Aotearoa, we've gone back to, is it the 70s or 80s, when it was bicultural was the word, bicultural, but bicultural actually means a sharing of the power. And if you scratch the system and go, okay, you're talking about, even now we're setting up bicultural structures, but we always have non-Indigenous at the top. We are starting to have, I guess, be more power sharing in terms of waterways, health system, caring for our young people. But I think that we need to have our systems set so that we have representation of Indigenous people right at the top, because otherwise we have non-Indigenous people trying to manage Indigenous people, and we want to live our lives connected to our people and our landscapes and what's happening in our communities. But then when you always have to answer to non-Indigenous people that just don't understand why you need 3 days off when your uncle has passed, it's because you have to go back to your marae, your tribal house, and get in the kitchen and, you know, work to provide food for the potentially hundreds of people coming in to pay homage to your deceased, to Papaku. So I think that, you know, it's that dance, how we live, how do we live and breathe as Indigenous people in a colonial society. And and then the other flip of the coin is we don't go to the government to look for our mana, and Makere will totally understand that the power and the prestige is within your collective and as Indigenous people. So you know, we could go and sit at camp outside the government and with protest banners and rah, but they kind of don't get it. And so what we've been trying to do is build from the flax roots out. And so what does that mean, and how can we have ceremonies to commemorate things that are important to us and bring our families together and showcase our culture within our local community, not just for ourselves, but for our wider non-Indigenous communities, so they have a deeper understanding of the land and the histories that came before them.
Kia ora. And Kirill and Lisa, thank you for sharing that. You know, it enabled me to remember that back in the 70s and 80s and things, when it was more common or easier or more common at any rate, I'm not sure about easier, for people to go and spend those whole 3 nights there. Today it's a little less so. People will often turn up on the last day, but in those 3 nights of sleeping all together on the marae, some of the things that I learned the most, that I had the privilege of hearing, was the old people speaking at midnight. You know, they would often be probably like Auntie now, sitting there dozing, you know, but then around midnight, 11, 12, midnight, there they were. And the knowledge that they shared just by talking in those hours was amazing. The gifts of listening to the elders talking in the middle of the night. You remind me that it was our tangihanga, our funeral process, that held our culture, that in many ways was that kind of, that thing that held the knowledge of our culture. And I think that we've started to lose that lately as we've become more caught up in all of this other stuff. And also, as Kelly is saying, the struggle for trying to deal with these systems in which are trying to say that we have co-governance, but in point of fact, not. And I, also want to just, I was reflecting on what Kelly was sharing earlier about parihaka. And I was reflecting on it in terms of what are the teachings in there that speak to the disruptions of this particular time. And I was thinking earlier about how we have entered this period where we were talking of the other before, but it's become so marked, so divisive. These claims for freedom, my right to not wear a mask, or my right to not whatever, my right to protest in defense of my freedoms to not do whatever it is, my right to protest against all of those immigrants or whoever they are. My right to drive trucks all over the place and to do whatever it is. It happens to be trucks here. It happens to be trucks in Aotearoa. It happens to be trying to burn down Parliament or the law school or whatever. But these, or, you know, to have guns and to shoot people in the United States across the border. The right to, the right for, what they do, they just increase the right to carry guns for the love of God. Not for the love of God, but anyways, in the US, in response to these increased shootings, they've just denied women, you know, rights that are absolutely critical and fundamental. So we have a 10-year-old denied the right to have an abortion who is pregnant and will undoubtedly be at very much danger of her life. What is that about? This defense of rights is about fear of the other, about fear of losing control, right? It is about the fear of somebody getting one up or getting more rights or getting something. And so we have this incredible period that we've entered into where these divisions are stronger than ever, where this politics of hate is rising. And so what is it that our peace systems bring to that? And I was thinking about that as Kelly was reminding me about parihaka. And I was thinking about the politics of refusal that they predated Gandhi, just by the way. I just want to say that just because. Anyway, but what did they do though? So this, and it comes back to land, it comes back to relationship, Alberto, as you were saying. And it comes back to there were the surveyors marking out that land that belonged to those people. And so the surveyors would come and mark out the land. And every night, the people would come and take out the survey pegs. And so then they started arresting them and taking them away and imprisoning them. And as they took one lot away, the next lot would take out those pegs until in the end, it was the women taking out the survey pegs and the children taking out the survey pegs. And what is that about? That's about a politics of refusal that was completely non-violent. But it also said no to that. And so I think that there is a way of a teaching in there that is so important for this time to how do we refuse that violence? How do we refuse that othering? How do we refuse that politics of hate that is on the rise, that is engulfing everywhere? And what those people really did that, as others have done. They just refused, and there was no violence whatsoever. Sorry, Alberto.
On that wonderful note, I think we should probably think about giving the participants a chance to to engage in what we had to say. But before we do that, I want to recommend this book, this marvelous book, Kelly. And do you want to say something about it? I just got hold of it, and it's just amazing, incredible work.
Oh, thank you. I'm going thumbs up because my auntie's coming past. And I had to, Aroha Mai, I had to move out of the other room because she had visitors come and join her, and she could be a noisy 89-year-old at times, chattering away. So on the cover of this book is what we call our po, or it's a ceremonial representation of Te Maiharoa, who is our ancestor. Makere and I both descend from Te Maiharoa. And he was a peace prophet in the South Island and led a movement similar but smaller, but just as important as parihaka. So when we had the settlers coming and taking over Māori land on the coast, that Māori had title for as well, but they kept encroaching. Our tipuna prophet Te Maiharoa could see that in order to preserve our Māori language and culture and our health and safety because of disease. So he took our people on a hikoi or on a walk. There was between 150 up to 600 people went on that walk with him, which is quite remarkable because I think at the time we only probably had about 1,500 Māori in the South Island. And we went into the hinterlands, or they did, to protect and preserve our culture. And it was called Te Heke ki te ao Marama. So I'm really stoked to have our profit on the book. And it's a collection of people's graduates from the National Centre of Peace and Conflict. So we thought that, and as you know, in these peace and conflict and justice, social justice studies, it's very hard to find an Indigenous voice, and it's even harder to find an Indigenous text. So that's what we did. Is my previous supervisor, Dr. Heather DeVere, and Michael Ligger and I both studied at Tutumu, which is Māori and Indigenous Studies. So we put out the call for our colleagues, our peers, who wanted to come and make a contribution to this volume. So kia ora, thank you for the plug, Alberto.
No, I read your introduction, I think, and it's one of the books that I have got sitting there that I have to read in the next with lots of other readings. So it's a competition between that and the 50 set volume of Marx and Engels. So. I'm just kidding. Okay.
Oh, really? I hope you enjoy.
Yeah, I'm sure I will. But so, Saroja, do you want to continue with the participants who might?
Sure. Thank you, Albert. So we've been given a feast, I think, of so much of, rare information, I think, by all our scholars, by our 4 scholars. So I'm sure that you all are dying to ask questions, bursting with questions and comments. So can I invite you to ask your questions? Raise your hands first and then ask questions, please. Shan, first person. Yes, go ahead, Shan. Shan Muhammad, if you can unmute yourself. Shan, you are not audible. We can't hear you. Shan, we still can't hear you. You're completely inaudible. Can the rest of you hear Shan?
No, he is muted.
Yes, he's actually not muted, but we can't hear him. Shan, we cannot hear you at all. Could you check on your computer? Could you check to see that your volume is on? You are not muted, but there is no volume at all.
How frustrating, poor Shan.
Oh dear. Sorry, Shan. Actually, I have a comment on the chat group. So this is from Mary Monica. She says, the Indigenous people have a deep understanding of nature. This deep understanding allows them the ability to uniquely connect with nature in a way that transcends throughout in their dwellings, relationships with others, whatnot. Very interesting to hear the sharing of all the speakers. And she says, thank you.
Zanisa, Zanisa, I should have said to you that we have got 3 Kadazans as participants. So Mary Monica is one of them, Juliana and Zes.
Oh, hi, Monica, Juliana, and Jess.
Yeah, so 3.
Hi, hi.
And
Hi.
for my Maori friends, the Kadazans are from North Borneo in Sabah.
Sabah, yes.
And they are, you would have come across in your anthropology, Kelly as well, sometimes referred to as the Dusun, although the Kadazans here would be up in arms.
Yeah, very very interesting to hear all your sharings, Zanisa and also Alberto. You mentioned about the shaman, right? I can I recall from my grandparents' days. They used to talk about this, and they used to tell stories. As as a child growing up, listening to this is a story, very interesting story to me. But of course, it is real. It is so real. Like Sarisa mentioned that somebody passed away, burial. There's certain taboos. There are certain things that you cannot do, and it just sometimes you're not permitted to say certain words. Otherwise it gets back to you, something like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that a question, Monica? Should I call you Mary?
No, it's not a question. It's just something that came at the top of my mind, sharing only.
Well, yeah, true. Actually, there's a
Yeah.
lot of taboo, but
Yeah.
you are right. It's real. It's real. It's not only it's not a story, but it's a real story. It's happened.
Exactly.
Even
It
when
is.
I speak now, like if somebody passed away, it happened, and people have to stop immediately work, and then to respect the family and the deceased. Yeah, it
Yeah,
happened.
it's real, right?
It looks like story in here,
Yeah,
but it's real.
yeah, it is. It to me as a child growing up listening to all this, it's like a story. But now, of course, I know it's real.
Thank you for that sharing, Mary. I have Jacob and Aniello, but before that, Shan would like to try one more time. Shan, shall we try you one more time to see if we can get you? If you could unmute yourself and ask the question. Thank you, Shan. Shan, unfortunately, we are not hearing you. Is there something wrong? I'll come back to you then, Shan. If you could try to see what is wrong with the volume on your computer, I'll come back to you. I will go to Jacob now. Jacob Waiswa.
Thank you very much. I'm very privileged to have heard extensively on issues of indigenous knowledge. Yeah, it's always a real opportunity for sure. And it's an area that I'm very much interested in, and I love exploring. I always, when I look at the present themes, I always try to originate them to the very first to the very first instances where they must have come from. Now, how are such societies coping with the changing times? Because here I tend to interact with many societies around Africa, especially when I travel. You find that in places where you originally, where, like for example, the Maasais originally come from, they don't behave like the traditional Maasais. They look so modern, Are they trying to cope with the new times that you must dress so corporate that to fit in the current times and then be able to survive? And then when you go in cities, again, you try to find some who wear traditional and that makeup, and they try like to sell their culture. But again, you find that they are driven by economic, because now they know Maasais are associated to being warriors and being able to man places, and they are feared by other societies and some, so how is this affecting the originality of this indigenous, the truthfulness, the wholesomeness of the indigenous wisdom? Are we trying to rebrand it to fit in the current time so that they continue to survive? Then what about the threats to one presenter talked about the lost language, the lost dialect? How are they trying to cope? How are they trying to rediscover this and, from the dominant societies, because now they need to survive, and then is it static? Do we say that this knowledge is static? Is there a way that this knowledge can also transit, so that, because now, like in Ethiopia, there are certain things which can no longer be done, for these people to survive in the current times. And then also the last bit is how original, how indigenous is the society, because they say there's a notion that every person came from somewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacob. That's quite a few questions there. Maybe the panelists would like to take one question each.
Yeah, there was multiple questions. Oh, sorry. All I would say is find your tribe of people. You will find like-minded, like-hearted people when, it is about finding where you fit and where the other people that are of similar minds and thinking and heart space are. So find your tribe and build it from there. So I don't comment on other people's tribes and how to do it, but we've all I'm speaking for myself, being disconnected from our tribal ways. So it is about, okay, how can I relocate myself within my tribal community or within a peace-based community? Where do I need to go? What do I need to do to participate in that community, and then build from there?
Thank you, Kelly. Anyone would like to add to that? Or
Kerry, would you like to say something?
Not recent. Thank you. I'm thinking. Thank you. Thank you for us.
Okay, if no one has anything to add, I'm going on to the next question. I have
sorry, Bu Saroja, I would like to add. His question is about the changes, right? So in Orang Asli community, in indigenous in Malaysia, we can't actually, the changes is still there. But what is the most important, just like Kelly said, it's in the kinship system, because we are very strong. Our land is based on kinship system. So we protect our land because of the kinship inside it. So if we lose our land, we lose our kinship. So that's the reason why we always even though we are all over the world, like maybe not even in Malaysia, we still had that kinship system very strong, and the relationship is there. So actually it will be really good if Batoni, one of my actually Albert know Batoni his best friend, he is really he always fight for the land, and then he's a lawyer, and he always, and in one of the case, I remember land grabbing case in Selangor, and they mentioned about they argue about the status of the Orang Asli, because the Orang Asli doesn't look like Orang Asli, just like you mentioned about the originality, the indigeneity of the Orang Asli, or the indigenous community. So in that statement, they refute that statement, because how do you actually want to stop the development, stop the way the Orang Asli want to dress, the way they dress themselves and the way they speak, and then how do you actually want to define an Orang Asli or an indigenous by the way they look? So we can't really change, we can't really stop the changes, but we can't, in our own way, define our own indigeneity. So who we are is defined by us and defined specifically, uniquely by the community themselves. So I think that's how it works in most indigenous community, and it may work in your community as well. Yep, I hope I answered the question.
That was such a beautiful answer.
Yes. Thank you, Zanisa. That was, I hope that, was really something that all of us can actually think about as well. I have 4 questions in that order, so I'm going to take only 4 questions. I have Aniello, Gail, Abel, and Shan in that order. So Aniello, would you like to ask your question first?
Yeah, thank you for the beautiful lesson for the speaker. I will ask my question to Dr. Zanisha, more like about relation with orang asli than pribumi. I mean, there is like is pribumi also indigenous in English, and orang asli also is indigenous. There is like a connection. I mean, it's a same meaning. I mean, if I say pribumi to orang asli, they will feel like respectful or not, or is much better use orang asli. I mean, what is the difference in linguistic way orang asli than pribumi? Thank you.
Should I answer that, Bu Saroja?
Say that again.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
go ahead,
Yeah,
please.
pribumi is defined by both the Sabah Sarawak. Maybe Mary, Monica can answer if you want. From Jess, pribumi is included Sabah and Sarawak, but in Peninsular Malaysia we prefer to be called orang asli. So that's the distinction between pribumi. Pribumi is encompassing the whole indigenous, including the orang asli, Sabah and Sarawak.
But these days they also use the concept orang asal.
Yeah.
Yes. Particularly in Borneo, we address ourselves as orang asal. I'm not really sure why not orang asli. Why we choose orang asal? Don't know what is the history, but in Sabah they choose orang asal. Or we have this one of our representative, the one who brings our stories in United Nations. They like, how to say it? They call us as Dayaks, the Dayaks. So the Dayaks actually includes the Kalimantan, the Sarawakians, the Sabah. But the Dayaks is the highest name. The what do you call it? The branches is we have Iban, Kadazans, Rungus, so many. But the main is the Dayaks. That's what I've been informed.
Well, it's true. Actually, the pribumi and orang asal is pribumi is a very political term now. So that's a reason why a lot of indigenous prefer to call orang asal. But orang asal is it's some people don't really want to use orang asal because there's a pro and con between pribumi orang asal because orang asal is some people say it's very opposition made words like introduced by the opposition party. So some people don't really want to recognize it. But as in orang asli, I would prefer orang asal. But pribumi is it's just a term. It's a term, politically term that attached to both the community. But some people don't prefer pribumi because of the contested by some Malay because they said they are also pribumi. So some orang asli or Sabah and Sarawak would prefer orang asal.
I think it's important to keep in mind that whatever word you use or whatever name you use, what is in fact more important is what are the ideas that you attach to that name. So the reason is that in the Malaysian context, sometimes when you use the word orang asli, immediately what images that come into their mind is that they're backward, they're primitive. So the word So whatever word you use, if you don't change the way you think about the people, whatever word
Correct.
you use is going to mean exactly the content of that word. This also applies to when we use words like modern, traditional. So we have to try to avoid, these are all the what we call the vocabulary of the colonizers, because they have used that to divide the people. So I think it's really important that we take that into consideration. So I would avoid using words like, sorry, Jacob, but I would avoid using words like these people are, they look modern, because this concept of modernity is a really problematic one. And so we have to challenge all the kinds of vocabulary, all the language that has been given to us. We have to start asking questions. And that's what Jenny Murphy and I were trying to do yesterday. And of course, we took too much time to do it and we didn't really do a good job of it. But the point is that we have to start asking questions about all these terms that are being used and begin to give our own meaning to it. Yeah, so that's really important. And I think like what you guys are doing, Juliana, Mary, and Zes, in terms of the Kadasan identity and teaching the young the language, I think those are the important things you should focus on.
I think it's because through what my self-studies and my readings, because Sabah and Sarawak, I'm not really sure with the Kalimantan is involved. Sabah and Sarawak, our main language is English. It's supposed to be English. This is through the colonization last time. So in English, we've been called the son of soil, the children of the land. So the translation is the orang asal. So now as a Sabahan, if I were to be called by my peninsula friends, are you orang asli? This is my reaction. What? Somehow it's like there's a rejection there, the feeling. We are not orang asli. We are orang asal. This is the feeling. So we have to be careful with terms that we use when it comes to the Borneos. Yeah. Because in Peninsula, the orang asli, they look so different. I'm not saying that I'm degrading them, but it's the reality, the truth. They look so, I'm so sorry, underdeveloped, maybe something like that, because I've seen them face to face also. They are really still stuck somewhere in the borders. Yeah.
And that's what we have to change. Yeah, I think it's very important.
For Peninsula orang asli, if you address them as orang asli, they're okay. They're okay because that's what they've been educated, they've been tell themselves, so they accept it. Yeah.
So just very quickly, Saroja, for me, Jess, I consider myself to be uncivilized until I went and lived with orang asli. Because it is then that I began to feel that what I considered to be civilization, or what was being civilized, was actually very uncivilized. Because what we as civilized people, we are destroying the planet. We are fighting with one another, and we are, violent. All these terrible things that we do, the hypocrisy, and the orang asli are the ones who, in fact, I'm not being exotic or romanticist about this, but I became a civilized person only after I lived with the Malaysian Aboriginal people.
Yeah,
I agree, because
I'm very passionate about that because it has changed me. Okay?
I think this is what changes a lot of us. I just wanted to say this too. When I was doing field work in the village in southern Thailand, my nickname in the village was Stupid Saroja, because they thought I was so stupid. I mean, I'm coming there as a PhD student from the United States, but I didn't know anything about, the lifestyle. I didn't know basic things at all. It was truly a humbling experience, and it was truly something that I took away a lot. So I thought, only after living with them, I became a little bit intelligent. That's all. Thank you.
I encountered one of the orang asli. Yeah, they might appear like, like no t-shirts, like short pants, something like that. But we ask them like, what is, like, okay, you are not a Muslim, you're not a Christian. What is your religion perspective? How do you pray? Remember, these are the people who lives in the jungles, okay, with a hut. So they said, yeah, we do pray. They speak fluent Bahasa. We do pray, but when we pray, we don't pray like the normal prayers. We pray, we just sit wherever we want. We look up at the sky, especially to the sun. They will say something, not like telepathic. They will. That's how they pray, which means when it comes to the Sabahan roots, yeah, that is what we've been practice. Every time our harvest festival always fall on the 30th and 31st of May. That is where we celebrate the harvesting, the paddy. So the state government, they will, not to say hire, but appoint the Bobohizan. The Bobohizan is like, I don't know how to translate in English. The priest, the Karazan priest. They will call to make a rituals, like to ask for no rainings, because this is our seasons. The raining seasons always happen on May, beginning of June. So yeah, they have the rituals, and it really, 30th, 31st, there's no rain. People are celebrating like happily. It works. So when I look at this Orang Asli, the way they said they pray straight to the sun, there's a similarity there, and it works. That's from me.
Thank you. Thank you, Jezebel. Now, in the interest of keeping to time, I am just going to allow for one question, and that is from Gail. And then the other two questions are in the chat box from Abel and Shan. If our speakers could try to answer that, in the chat box itself, I'd appreciate it. But can I ask Gail to ask her question and keep it short?
Thank you.
Thank you, Gail.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, just to share a bit, out of 102 million people in the Philippines, about 10 to 20% are indigenous peoples. So that's about 14 to 17 million with 110 ethno-linguistic groups, mostly in the South. The main challenge is militarization, land being taken away from them in favor of mining. And the IP, Indigenous Peoples Schools, are burned because it is always linked to communism. So they are forced to, separate or leave their ancestral land, and they come to the cities and become urban dwellers. So they add to the poverty in the Philippines. But my question is really in the curriculum. How much should the curriculum retain Indigenous people's curriculum versus the regular curriculum of the Department of Education, so that when they graduate, they would be able to probably immerse somehow in society?
Thank you, Gail. Anybody would like to take on this question? I'll have one of our speakers take on the question. Makiri? Yes, thank you.
Well, kia ora. I am remembering that it was a 7-year-old girl, fluent Māori speaker, who had been raised in Kohangareo as a fluent Māori speaker and really didn't speak English until she was, she might have been 10, but she didn't speak English till she was 7, who won this prize for speaking English. So that's my answer. We can't afford to lose. We can't afford to give up Indigenous curricula. We can't regain it. It's so hard to regain it. You don't ever let it go.
Gail, I'll send you some material that I have written about that, in the sense that one of the things I've said in Malaysia publicly, that the question was asked to me, how can we teach the Orang Asli? So, they have the formal schooling system. So my answer was that I think it's about time that we make Orang Asli our teachers, and we become their students. So then it was, blasted in all the daily papers in Malaysia that to educate, that we need to educate young Malaysians, take them to Orang Asli villages to learn certain things, learn how to be non-violent, learn how to live peacefully, and the various values to do with ecological relations. And I think this is where the future of the human civilization, of the inverted commas, I don't like the word civilization, depends very much on what we can learn from the indigenous peoples, learn from Cali, from Makiri, and from Zanisa, because they are the ones, our future depends on them. Yeah? And that's my view. Curriculum needs to be changed. I have the good fortune of being invited to teach in the University of the Philippines in Baguio. So I start soon, and there is a course on it's a doctoral course on indigenous studies, mainly indigenous peoples in the Philippines, and I think uh, change is coming there. It's a bit too slow, I feel, but we need to transform the world we live in.
Thank you, Albert. On that beautiful note, can I say thank you to all our speakers for such an amazing session. We really are very, very honored and privileged to have all of you speak to us. And I want all our participants to join me in saying thank you and giving them a big round of applause. Thank you.
Yeah, I should thank my fellow conversants, Makiri and Kali and Sanisa, and don't leave, because we're going to the breakout room. So I'll see you shortly.
Yes. Okay, and it is now
Hello, Kali,
Lovely to see. So good to see you.
Kai what?
We'll now take our lunch break. So that's from 12 to 1. We will see everyone back here in the main room at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. See you all.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Kia ora.
We'll have music now, Indonesian music, to keep us entertained.
But
throughout lunch.
Makiri and Kelly will be going to another room, okay? And Zanisa.
Oh, okay, lovely. Okay. Awesome. This is so nice. Oh my God.
What happened? This is
Well, we'll make another one. Okay. Makera, you can go to the room 1.
Okay. So I'm trying to see how to do that. Where's my name?
It's in the breakout rooms.
I don't have an invitation. I'm not seeing an invitation at the moment.
Okay. Actually, you have been invited already, and you can check the breakout rooms under more, and then you can click join there. Albert is not there either.
Oh, okay. I see room 1. Join.
Yeah.
Okay, I have it now.
Pak Albert, you can actually go to the room 1. You're muted. You're muted, Pak Albert.
Kicked out.
Yeah, sorry. It was
Okay, so I can't.
you
What
can
do
go
I
to
do?
room 1, Pak Albert. When you see the breakout rooms, more, and then you can click the breakout rooms.
So room 1, is it?
Yes, please.
I don't have room 1.
Because that's the only room available. So you can click the more and then breakout rooms.
So I close all rooms.
Yeah, did you click the breakout rooms?
Yeah, I go down.
Okay, go down. There is a room 1.
Okay, room 1. Okay.
Yes, and then click join.
Okay.
Welcome back to the, I'm sorry. Okay. Welcome back to the third day of ICCTP. We have our speakers for today. And Pa Alberto, I'll let you take over.
Okay, thank you. Bu Priska, are you there? Bu Priska. Okay, she's probably going to join us. Okay.
I see her, Albert. She's here.
Yeah, I know, but we have been trying to contact her, so she doesn't seem to be at a computer. Okay, so this is in fact dealing with the theme of the the whole course, which is to do with the pandemic and what sorts of lessons we can glean from the experiences of the pandemic as far as peace building and conflict transformation is concerned. So once again, it's tremendous pleasure to have Professor Komosarov, who you met yesterday, and Dr. Priska, who is there, who's somewhere here, but is yet to join us. And also, the unfortunate thing is Dr. Seema Barmania is unable to join us because she is feeling quite unwell. She is in Kuala Lumpur at the moment, and she wanted me to express her regret and that she's sorry that she won't be able to join us. She would have loved to do so, but she is feeling terribly unwell. So what we might do today is Paul and I, when Boo Priska joins us, we will talk about some of our thoughts and reflections on what lessons we can gain from the pandemic. And we will have a lot more opportunity today for this session to have greater participant engagement, and largely because as you can hear my voice, I think I should try to conserve whatever little voice that I have at the moment, but also the fact that it'll give you an opportunity to relate your own experiences as far as the pandemic is concerned, and how this relates to the topic that we are dealing with in terms of the pandemic as well. Sorry, the topic in terms of peace building and conflict transformation. So before the broad question that I posed to Paul was that what lessons can we gain from the way the pandemic was dealt with, not just the way we dealt with it, the measures that were taken to address the problems related to the COVID pandemic, but also to look at issues to do with the kind of long-term strategies that we need to take into consideration, especially in terms of trying to manage the sort of conflictual situations that have emerged as a result of the pandemic. So there will be an open discussion, a chat among the three of us, but of course I'll leave it to the expert, who is a medical professional. And I was just joking with Paul just now. I said to him that being an anthropologist, I can speak on any topic, and which is not entirely true. Okay, Paul. I should have also mentioned that Paul has written a wonderful opinion piece on this topic, and it is because of reading his piece that it inspired me to. We are thinking of the theme for this this course, and I thought that after reading Paul's excellent opinion piece, and talking to him on several occasions about it, that there is so much that he can share in terms of not only his experiences as being a doctor on the front line, but also in terms of the various policy issues that relate to the pandemic. So Paul, over to you. What do you think are some of the broad lessons that we can gain? I know you can continue with your opinion piece. Yeah?
Look, thanks for the introduction, Alberto. And I'm not going to answer your question about what the lessons are, because I think it's too early to know what the lessons are also. Yeah. But I also take issue with your comment about expertise, and I don't do it just in a kind of facetious sense. But I think one of the things that have occurred out of COVID is to really question established models of expertise, and I think that's a good thing, and that's the experts in all areas. I'll come back to that. Maybe I'll, instead of answering the question of what the lessons are, I'll just make a few reflections about how I'm understanding the pandemic at this stage. Like many of us, I've lived and breathed the pandemic over the last 2.5 years, almost literally, in some cases literally. I myself have had 4 vaccines, COVID vaccines, and an influenza vaccine, and COVID and flu, and a whole lot of other things in between. So it's been a very torrid time for those of us working in the front line. But things have changed over that time. At the beginning, obviously, all of this was new. Most of us have never seen anything like this before. A few people who have worked in pandemic situations have encountered some of the problems, but nothing on a scale like this. It became familiar for people to say this is a once in 100-year event. The trouble is with climate change and environmental destruction, the once in 100-year events, which include droughts and floods and so on, are becoming only too frequent. And this may well be the case with pandemics in general. But this is unprecedented for most of us. At the beginning, we didn't know what to expect. It was all new, it was all terrifying. There was death and suffering on a very large scale. Within the hospital systems, we had no treatments. Everyone was at risk. We didn't even know how the virus was communicated. So it was a very interesting and intense experience where we really had to grapple with issues, and there were new questions every day. How do we decide who has access to the limited resources in intensive care? For example, how do we decide who lives and who dies? How do we decide who goes into the room with the patient? What arrangements do we make for the dying patients and their families and relatives and loved ones and so on? And in a sense, we were all kind of working on a daily basis to try and understand the nature of this disaster that was exploding around us. So that in itself is very interesting. And I think that raised some really interesting, produced some really interesting results. And I'll get back to that because I think it really shattered a lot of people's confidence in the sense of stability and consensus, and maybe even in the impregnability of the system that we'd come to take for granted. All of a sudden, everything was open to question, everything and everybody was vulnerable. Since that time, there have been a lot of developments, of course, and the developments have been in medicine and science, but they've also been in the social responses, and there have been some mixed blessings there too. But I think one generalisation can be made, and that is that COVID-19 or the SARS-CoV-2 virus is no longer just a virus of physical bodies. It doesn't just infect ourselves biologically or physically, but rather it's penetrated every domain of social life. So in a sense, all our institutions, all our experiences are now, if you like, infested with the virus. There's no escape, and there's no corner of society or personal experience that is immune from the effects of COVID-19. So we've got to think of this not now purely as a medical event, but as a social, political, economic, and ethical event too. So there are a lot of really deep questions that have occurred. And I think one factor which I think I know you're very interested in yourself, Alberto, is the way in which COVID-19 has become a kind of lens through which we look at society, and how it's, as a lens, it's like not just a lens, it's a magnifying glass, which has really brought to the fore conflicts and divisions and fissures in society that were always there, smouldering underneath the surface. So we've seen explosions in relation to race, for example, in the United States. We've seen divisions, sometimes violent divisions, along class or caste lines in different countries around the world. Divisions between rich and poor people have become exacerbated. So in a sense, COVID-19 has supercharged many of the conflicts and contradictions that existed within society. And that's been productive, but it's also been negative. It's because what's been magnified or exacerbated has included the worst aspects of the society, the racism, the inequality, the violence, the totalitarianism. We've seen the suspension of human rights. We've seen the expansion, the massive expansion of systems of surveillance, for example, the realization of the 19th century dream of the panopticon, where everyone is under surveillance at every moment, suddenly became a reality in many of our societies, a day-to-day lived reality. And as I said, human rights or civil rights, civic rights that we'd taken for granted were suspended, and no one asked any questions about that, at least not in the beginning. Science was obviously an important factor here, and science has been, in one sense, brilliantly successful in producing vaccines and treatments. Obviously, they're not perfect by any means, and the pandemic rages on with very high death rates still, but the case fatality rate has been reduced, certainly in developed countries, by about a factor of 100 as a result of the advent of vaccines and the advent of new treatments. So there has been real success. On the other hand, the success has been won at a cost. In the United States, the vaccine process was largely funded by the US government in the Project Warp Speed, where billions of dollars were poured into the pharmaceutical companies, already the richest companies in the world. Corners were cut about safety, and there were a lot of not just false starts, but a lot of regrettable outcomes, where the clinical trials processes were sped up and the approval processes were abrogated and so on. So, and that's led to a degree of suspicion and hostility to science, at least amongst some sections of the community. So on the one hand, the scientific enterprise has been very successful. On the other hand, it's led to a degree of questioning, of suspicion, and of doubt that had not existed previously. There have been many other issues and public debates. I've mentioned some of them already: the distribution of resources, protection of elderly and vulnerable people, the question of the environment, which I hope we'll come back to a little later. So on the one hand, so this is the kind of two sets of outcomes. On the one hand, the worst aspects of the society have been intensified and exacerbated. The totalitarianism, the exercise of naked power, the use of the resources of society to increase inequalities and domination. On the other hand, the questioning process has potentially at least been a positive one. It's not a bad thing that people ask questions, so long as they ask questions in a positive, optimistic, and potentially progressive way. So we've certainly seen that, and at least early on in the pandemic, we saw a lot of really positive examples of cooperation that we had not previously encountered. Young people volunteering to look after elderly people, to take them food in their houses, music on the rooftops opera in the streets, people in the favelas in Brazil suspending their drug trade to work with the very poor people, people's peace talks in Israel and Palestine and so on. So this suggests that perhaps lurking just below the surface, there are a lot of possibilities that are yet to be realised. So just to summarise this just kind of stream of consciousness that I'm going through, the pandemic has certainly evolved. It's raised a massive questions, and some of those have been very, very troubling and worrying. On the other hand, there have been glimpses of new possibilities, new openings that are things that we really need to examine and find ways in which we can actually utilise them or capitalise on them to turn them into ongoing productive social movements. There's a lot more I can say, but perhaps that's a good place to stop and to hear your responses.
For that start. I mean, for me, I think as you know me well enough, the issue that what the virus did was to expose the various problems with neoliberalism, and so you find that the countries like Italy and Spain and the US, for example, even places like California, that went through a long period of the austerity drive as related to the neoliberal policy of privatization of health, also with the cutbacks in terms of funding to health. And I found it really interesting that those countries that, in fact, I think in Italy and Spain, for example, there was a cut of something like $31 billion in health. The reduction in public health policies, the public hospitals and those kinds of things. And at the crunch time of the pandemic, you find that these were the various countries, and even in states in the US, with California, they were the ones that suffered the consequences most severely at the onset of the pandemic. But in my perspective, I found this was a glaring exposure of the problems. And what was quite interesting about this is that straight after the pandemic, we actually have this talk about the end of neoliberalism, that this has spelled the death knell of neoliberalism, because, and then you also have, in terms of the economic sort of measures that were taken, it was back to the Keynesian economics of the stimulus packages and the government which for quite some time, with the increased privatization and the government's, in fact, the role in such, the provision of public health, they were curtailed to the extent. But then during the pandemic, even in Australia, as you know much better than I do, we have got a conservative government that even though they were compelled to do so, they came out with various kinds of stimulus packages and JobKeeper and those kinds of. And I thought that was quite interesting, because it really exposed the austerity problems, the problems with austerity, how it has cut public funding to hospitals, which matter most at the time. It was still experiencing the consequences of that. But it was also the fact that the privatization and the dark side of such privatization, and how it has affected what you talk about, the vaccines and those kinds of things. You see private capital moving in very rapidly to take control of certain kinds of measures of that sort. But Paul, Priska has joined us, so I'm quite interested to hear, and I'm sure you are as well, about Indonesia and how how Indonesia is a country which experienced COVID pandemic sort of ravaged through the country especially in the first wave. But I know, Bu Priska, that you are you still suffering the consequence? Are you still suffering the effects of COVID, or are you recovered now?
Yes, thank you, Prof. Albert. I'm still having access of the COVID. I just finished my isolations. So in my Peduli Lindungi, that's our apps that show that you are having a COVID or not, just turn green. So I'm happy that I can go outside now. Otherwise, I'll be isolated here. But I'm still coughing. This is the effect of the BA5, I think, the new variants of COVID. But I think I'm unfortunately or fortunately, I'm still surviving from COVID. Yes. Thank
So
you.
can you tell us, Bu Priska, that you were working on a government project? Is that right? Through
Yep.
Green.
Yeah, that's
Would you
right.
like to share that with us as to
Yeah.
what your role was and
Yeah.
or still is, I think, as far as the Indonesian government is concerned?
Right. So exactly as like Paul mentioned, the pandemic is very new to all of us, even in Indonesia. So at the first wave of COVID, well, it is quite a lot of cross-cutting informations, if I may say, because people said it is just hoax. The COVID pandemic will not affect Indonesia in any way. So because especially because COVID is kind of from flu. It is usually in the colder climate. Indonesia is hot, so you can just go outside and then stay under the sun, and then you are free of COVID. So that's the first. At the first wave is the belief is still like that. Until now, a lot of people still believe that there is no such thing as corona. There is no such things as COVID. We have a joke because a lot of people, for example, in East Java, mentioned that a lot of unbelief of COVID. They said, we have no corona here. We have Marcona. Marcona is the name of a female that's very popular. Yeah. So we don't have any corona, but we have Marcona. But among Chinese descendants, because Coco is means like older brother. They said, oh, we don't have COVID, but we have Coco David, for example. So it's like brother David. So things like that is always happen in the community side. Yeah. So people still believe that it is a conspiracy, it is a hoax, it's only about a joke, politically friendly, things like that, and especially because it's very difficult to get medicine of it. It have to be like a global competition, this high scale global business involving things like that. That kind of belief is still in Indonesia. But for the community of Indonesia, they have a lot of people. If we ask them whether you are worried about if you are worried about catching COVID, a quarter of the community will say yes. We are a great deal worried about catching COVID because they already know some people already died from COVID, probably themselves already get contaminated with the COVID, and there are another quarter of people say this is we are quite moderately worried, but we have already that like health protocol. We are doing it right. We are wearing masks. We are doing the washing hands with soaps. We don't have any mobility, things like that. So we are not really worried about COVID, but there are people just a little bit of worried. So another quarter of people, and another quarter of people, we don't worry at all about COVID. There is no such thing about COVID. So in the community, we still have like divisions like that, and it still happens like now. And then luckily, because of the vaccinations is going on at the moment, people believe we have more people believing in vaccination. It is a kind of way to how to combat the pandemic, but still, people who already catch COVID disease, they said that why we do need the vaccination, even though it is free from the government, because we believe that some people in the other country might have to pay about that, but majority in Indonesia, it is a free program from the government. And then we are still, until now, trying to create more attraction for the people to come into the vaccination facilities to get their full vaccination, the first and the second one, and then also for the booster. We are trying to increase the booster vaccinations, because actually we already reached about 70 something, nearly 80% of the eligible population can get the vaccination, but we are still having low in the second vaccination and also for the booster. That's the condition at the moment. So what I find quite interesting, there are a number of norms that changing, like they are increasing belief in the norm for the vaccination, even though the community behavior probably they are delaying the vaccination process for so many reasons. But for the social distancing, because now the pandemic is a little bit lower, people laugh together, and then also the wearing mask is now not all people wear masks at the moment, and then but the still behavior that they understand that they have to wear the mask during the interaction is quite good. So the kind of changings will be very interesting. So if you mentioned previously that whether it is affect the peace or not, for me probably we can perceive pandemic COVID-19 as not peace, because we are forcing, everybody is forced to change. We are forced to wear masks. We are forced to wash hands before we enter any facilities. We have to wash our hands or use the hand sanitizer, and then we have forced to stay distance to each other. For Indonesian, it's quite difficult because we love to very close community. We love to close with each other, if you may know. So it's quite difficult. So, but however, one thing in the government communications that that I found interesting is the changing, because like at the first, during the first wave, the second wave, our president said, we have to deal with the new normal. And people say, what is the new normal? It's just, there is no such thing as new normal. Normal is normal. What's up? Yeah. But we have, and then we have to deal with how we communicate to people that we have to stay safe. We have to protect ourselves, oneself, and then how we have to protect our family, our elders, elderly people, and how we have to protect others. And in the case, we have to protect humanity at the large scale. So, and the case is because the president is against punishment. So, if we say, especially during the first wave, we can see a lot of harsh punishment in the other Asian countries, but in Indonesia, our president say there is no punishment. We have to talk to people. We have to educate people. It takes quite a while, and then it takes a number of people getting, died because a lot of unbelief about the COVID. But we still in that case. But however, fear actually is still needed. So we need we need to create fear for good, actually. So when you say this peace or not, probably it is not so peaceful at all, because we also use the fear to reduce the community mobility. We use like street acts or urban legend. So when we created it a lot to make people also. We sometimes put the caskets or the pocong. Pocong is a figure of how the died people in Muslim. So it's we use that probably in the intersection of the road, things like that. So to reduce the people common mobility also in the public spaces, it's working a lot. So we creating fear. Otherwise, we cannot control our people mobility, because people love to gather together, and then or the young people say this the word nongkrong. We have to things like that, and then the other things that we have to deal is also about how we differentiate between truth and hoax, and also we have which sources of information that we have to believe, because at the beginning we do a lot of we have a lot from the religious leaders and also some community leaders and also the people who close to the public, but actually it creates confusions because one person said this and the other person said that, and it is very difficult if there are knowledge acknowledge a community leader or religious leader who said this is not the real one. So we have to differentiate which one is actually the fact that we can believe and then we can follow, because it is very interesting if you see our graphs during the beginning of the pandemic. People tend to believe to the religious leaders and then also to the haram and halal of the vaccine. But now we tend to believe in the science, like Pak Paul mentioned, the science, and then we have to depend the information from the health authorities, from the especially from the Satgas COVID, as they say. So there are things like that that people tend to believe now. So it's a kind of education, yeah, in a very large scale to the whole country actually. And for us, it is quite good because when it is a kind of massive education that probably it won't be happen without the pandemic. So it is a blessings and then also a lesson learned, because we have increasing in our social education, we have increased in our community health services and facilities as well, because when we have this kind of pandemic, we have to be prepared for the people.
Thank you for that. Can I pick up a few things that both you and Paul have raised? I might be totally wrong, but I mean, I think Paul's sort of kind of what the pandemic has exposed. It's like having a bet in two ways. So you have this where you've got the positive and also the negative aspects of it. And one of the things that when I was listening to Paul, one of the things that struck me was the work of the anthropologist Paul Farmer, and who quite some time ago focused on this, when dealing with issues to do. And this is where I would like to hear Paul talk a bit more about this, in the sense that what the pandemic has done is that the focus has been on the medical aspects of it. Let's go and sort this, let's cure this or whatever, to deal with it. But when Paul Farmer was looking at it from the health, cultural aspects of it, and this is where he pointed out that we cannot look at health issues purely from a medical point of view, because, and I think this is what Paul was trying, Paul did say in that way. He did mention that, I should say. But when we look at it in that perspective, so we have structural violence, which has, peace builders and conflict transform, people involved in conflict transformation. Structural violence is essentially one of the things that we need to address and deal with. And then it also relates to health, in the sense that we have to come up with sort of health measures that in fact does not just deal with a problem of illness at the onset of it, but actually prevents it from happening. Yes. Now, the other thing that I found really interesting is when you were talking about masks. And one of the things I found is that it's just a casual observation here in Australia. It became quite difficult for people who are imbued with this sense of individualism, and then and there was a lot of struggle in a way. So in the Australian context, those who don't wear masks will be fined, so they had to find kind of these sorts of ways of, or as you use the word, force, this way of to ensure that people were wearing the mask. But you find that in some like Asian societies, there is this distinction that's being made between obligation, and so you're being forced to do something, and you feel that if you don't do it, then you will be punished for it. And then there's the other where many felt that there had to be a sense of responsibility. So in my case, I wore the mask because I felt that if I was sick, I didn't want to take the responsibility of spreading it to someone else. But then this I thought was an interesting, kind of dichotomy. Paul, what do you think of what I've just said and what Priska has just?
Yes. So, okay, there's lots and lots of issues here, aren't there? And maybe we should be trying to deal with them one by one.
Sure.
Can I just make some points about three things? First, your point right at the beginning, Alberto, about neoliberalism. There's a two-edged sword here too. In relation to neoliberalism, one might ask, why were we not prepared better? Why did the disaster unfold in this way? Why were we caught unawares? And we were caught unawares because there had been insufficient preparation made for dealing with disasters on a social scale, because the emphasis had been on profit and concentration of wealth and resources and so on. But it's not just neoliberalism. As Priska pointed out, it's also a fundamental kind of questioning of deeper structures of knowledge and culture that perhaps are the things that generated neoliberalism. Neoliberalism's really just the tip of an iceberg, and underneath the iceberg there are the mental structures of science and truth and knowledge and power and so on. And so they have been exposed for the kind of negative things that they are, but they've also evoked a critical questioning, which is a good thing. So, and you mentioned the kind of neo-Keynesian response. George W. Bush. Even in the global financial crisis, or Donald Trump. As much as they hated to do so, they had to pour money into the coffers of the private owners of capital in order to prop up the system. So neoliberalism never worked, and when it was placed under threat, then a bit of old-style socialism seemed to help. So that's the first point. The second point really carries this to another step. And you mentioned Paul Farmer, and I agree with what you said, but there's a trap here too, and that is the way in which within a particular progressive framework of thinking about illness and disease, there's been a shift of attention to the social elements that generate disease through poverty and inequality and so on. And the formulation here refers to the social determinants of health. And clearly there's more than a grain of truth to the idea of the determinants of health. Health is clearly dependent on social institutions and structures and so on. But if you think of health as simply being caused by certain social phenomena, then you haven't actually escaped from the mental system that's produced the problem in the first place. And so then you're looking for magic bullets, like make poverty history, or looking for the quick and easy solution in order to transform the conditions of health. Clearly, the complexity of the interrelations here is much greater, and what we need to break out of is simple causal methods of thought that will make us think that there is going to be an easy solution, whether it's simply, if it's either on the one hand addressing the virus itself by finding the perfect vaccine or antiviral treatment, or on the other hand, solving the problem of society by just pouring money into the hospital system or alleviating poverty magically. The way to alleviate poverty is to transform the system at its most fundamental level, to change the relationships of power and the ownership of capital and so on. And of course, that's a question that's much more difficult to ask. The third point goes, I think, to the kind of philosophical direction that you were adverting to, Alberto, about mask wearing. And that is that there is really a fundamental divide that I think has really been exposed in almost every society between the extreme hyper-individualism that comes from the United States and has infested the cultures around the world through the process of globalization, and much more community-based and family-based ways of establishing ideas of ethical responsibility. And I think we've seen, certainly the United States, as it's currently kind of exploding before our eyes, unraveling before our eyes, shows the weaknesses of the extreme individualistic philosophy on which the entire culture is based, but it was also inadequate in terms of responding to a mass social emergency like this. The only possible constructive responses are communal ones, are joint ones, where we work together. And the arguments about vaccines that Priska referred to are really raise exactly the same questions. Conventionally or traditionally, we have the use of a vaccine is not to save a particular individual, but to protect a society and to protect other people by establishing so-called herd immunity, but establishing immunity in society so that other people who are not yet infected can be protected. So the vaccination process is actually a kind of communal gift. It's an act of solidarity that we take where we work together to support other members of our community. And I think that's one of the major kind of lines of cleavage that have been exposed by COVID-19. And it's very, very interesting because we've seen the rise of populist movements, which have included right-wing populist movements, which are based on those outmoded and obsolete ideas of individualism, but still really nascent movements of people actually trying to establish new cultural forms that will have to somehow manifest themselves through new political and economic forms. So my three things were about neoliberalism and science, about the social determinants of health and disease. It's more complex than that. We're talking about social structures and much more complex ideas of causality, and also the divide between individualism and communally shared value systems.
One thing I was going to say about this is the issue of which relates to discrimination and relates to the structural violence part of the contention, and this is to do with the racialization of the virus. And so we find that Trump sort of stands up and says Chinese virus, so it becomes kind of deeply connected to the various sorts of racial problems that the US is experiencing. And we get, quite similar things in Australia, which the number of Chinese living in Australia who have been targeted by, racists, and, I don't have the figures with me at the moment, but and quite a number of Chinese have reported being, discriminated and being racially abused. So in Australia as well. And I think this also applies to certain places in Europe. But one thing I'd like to know, and that also relates to the vaccines. I mean, you find that number of the Western countries, with a few exceptions, have prohibited the use of the various Chinese vaccines. I'm not sure about the efficacy of those vaccines. But then when you go to a country like Indonesia, where if I'm not wrong, a lot of the vaccination in the first wave was the use was relied on Chinese vaccines, those various vaccines. But the question I want to ask Priska is that this kind of racialization of the virus has occurred in, say, in the US and in many other parts in the West. Was this also an issue in Indonesia?
Yeah, sure. As you mentioned, we use at the beginning we use Sinovac for the vaccine. It is manufactured in China, and then a lot of people don't believe about it. So the against vaccine, anti-vaccines group is very high at the beginning, and then that's why there are a lot of issues coming, and that at the end it is quite good because from the Chinese vaccine we also have manufactured ourselves the vaccine in Bandung, and then now we also have the Indonesian own vaccines. Now is I think in the phase 3. I think they are going to be released hopefully this August or September, and then there are a lot. Some Indonesian people working for AstraZeneca in Britain, in England, and then some people also working in the Australia. The person doing PhD over there. So actually, during the pandemic, a lot of Indonesian people is going on, and we involved in many things in the global for the vaccine process, and it is quite good because. Otherwise, we don't have, the facilities to work our own or to manufacture our own vaccine here in Indonesia is very limited. But because of the pandemic, it is a kind of leap in the health systems in Indonesia, not in the health production, but also in the health facilities and also in the belief of our own the capabilities of our own people. So. But actually, I also like to underline the structural violence that Paul also mentioned, and also you, Pak Alberto, mentioned that because of the pandemic, we can address more of the structural violence, because otherwise, a lot of people, especially in the remote area, or it is caused by geographic things, that we usually cannot get the health facilities, health access, now can get the access. So it's quite good. So the solidarity is not only in the urban area, but also accessing them in the remote and rural area. So it's for us is a kind of lesson that is we can get in for the pandemic process. And also it is not only about how we protect ourselves, but also have to protect others. So, because family is quite important in Indonesian society. So, our health campaign is also always involving the family. How you protect your family, how you protect your friends, how you protect the other members of society, and then especially in the education campaign, we also have a campaign. Remember mothers. What mother said. So ingat pesan ibu. Jadi that kind of thing that we also always use in our community, not only for the behavior changing communications, but also in the risk communications involving the family, involving the elders, involving the mothers especially. So it is a kind of community and then solidarity in society. Yeah, Alberto.
So, Alberto, can I make a few comments?
Yes, sure.
You're muted, Alberto.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. The racialization thing is interesting, but of course, That's as old as disease itself. And the Spanish flu, as you might remember, was called the German disease in France and French disease in Germany. And then they decided amongst themselves that they would call it the Spanish disease, even though it really had nothing to do with Spain. But Spain wasn't a protagonist in the First World War at that time. So they managed to find an innocent party to carry the name. But clearly, obviously the cultural politics here are very obvious, and calling it the Chinese disease also occurs in the context of the new kind of fabricated Cold War with China that's being promoted by the West. It's also of interest. I mean, I think there's a kind of pretty kind of clear, somewhat crass motive of Donald Trump to blame the Chinese, and that was to escape culpability himself for his criminal inability to manage the vaccine in the United States, as a result of which the United States has faced worse devastation than any other country in the world, even though it was perhaps the country with the greatest capacity to respond to it. So it was convenient for Donald Trump to blame someone else for the disaster rather than take responsibility himself. But there's another third point, which is even crasser still, and that is about the vaccines. It may or may not be the case that the Chinese vaccines are perhaps not quite as efficacious, at least as the mRNA vaccines. But China has been generous on a scale 10 times that of the West in providing vaccinations free of charge to countries around the world. And there's a rather obvious motive here, and that is to protect the patents for the big American companies for the new platform technologies on which the mRNA vaccines are based. Now, I'm not saying they're not effective. They're brilliantly effective, and it's a major miracle that they've been able to have been brought to fruition within that time. But there's also a sense of the moral property of humanity when we face a challenge as profound as COVID-19, where a number of very large private companies control the patents and are making unimaginable amounts of money, unimaginable profits out of actually selling these vaccines. The United States and the Western pharmaceutical companies have not been nearly as generous as China has been during this time. So there's a bit of cultural politics there. There's some local political manoeuvring, but there's also old style capitalist profit making.
It's interesting you mentioned the Spanish flu, and I was very strongly interested, and I read quite a bit about the Spanish flu, largely for a personal reason, because my grandmother died of it. So when my dad was very young, so on my paternal side, I lost my grandmother. This was in the 1920s, of course. But it's quite interesting when you mention the Spanish flu, inverted commas around the word Spanish, where it actually originated, or known, to have originated from the US. And there is a comment here by Godfrey, one of our participants, who said that that at one time we had a variant which was largely reported as South African variant, just because South African scientists managed to identify it first, and not necessarily because it started in South Africa. So you have this case. I mean, in the other case of the Spanish flu, it's convenient to label it. But I'm just wondering whether you've got any more to say, or perhaps you can open up to the participants to.
I'd love to open up the conversation to the
Okay.
participants, but I would signal that I want to talk about climate change. And I'll just
Okay.
make a single statement here
Sure.
that COVID-19 is only the latest manifestation of climate change. This has been something that's been inadequately discussed. We've had droughts and floods and hurricanes and typhoons and so on, but we've also had pandemics. And if we're going to address if we're going to prevent the development of multiple new pandemics in the future, we have to address environmental destruction. I'm happy to come back to that point.
Yeah, and that's spot on. It's yeah, I mean, and quite a number of the environmentalists have been writing about this, how the pandemics of the future are going to get more severe and intense, largely because of the problem with climate change. So, Bu Priska, do you want to say anything? And before we open it up to the participants to...
I just want to add that I fully agree with what Pak Paul mentioned before, that when we are addressing the pandemic, it is only about the health or only about the health system, but it is we are addressing the pandemic because when we involving in the so many discussions with the government, it is not only about health. This is about the community, how we address the education, for example, how we prepare the education for the kids, because the kids cannot go to school, and then we have the examinations coming soon and things like that. How we prepare our kids, and then economically, how we are going to address the economic, because for Indonesia, 70% of our people is depend on from the 70%, half of them depend on the day-to-day basis of income. So how we can address these needs, and then there are a lot of discussions about that, and also about discussion about the psychology of people, how we address the mental health. This is quite uncommon in Indonesia to address the mental health, but during the pandemic we address it quite a lot, because we have this limited mobility, and then after that we can open to the more increasing mobility. What happened? Do we have any euphoria, or do we have how we can still limit it on how we can decrease the spread of the diseases, if things going like that, and then how we can create people. We are culturally very close to each other. So when people ill or people that, and then we usually go to the person's houses and then to to pay respect to them. How we can reduce this kind of commutings, and this kind of thing is appear quite often in our discussions, and then it's quite some sadness to our people, because they are very sad, because they won't be able to pay respect to their elders, to their neighbors, to their other respected people in their neighborhood. So addressing the pandemic is not about the health only, but also for another many sectors in the community. I think that's for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Anilo. Do you want to?
Yes, thank you. I have one comment, an open comment, and a question. I will start with the question for Bu Prisha, about, it's very right about Indonesia have really family, strong concept of family, and there is and so on about education. But many in Indonesia have really feared to have states in Indonesia, because they actually don't have a good access in have states in Indonesia, because it's expensive. My first time then come in Indonesia and I go to the hospital, the first thing they asked me was, how do you want to pay? No, what kind of sick you have? How do you want to pay the rumah sakit? And this started to me that probably one of problem in Indonesia have states in Indonesia is to really capitalist, more or less like America. So do you think maybe Indonesia after the COVID need to maybe restructure the health system in the country? And the open comment for all is the vaccine are good thing, but until now the brand for vaccine is not free. people need to pay the vaccine or not. And if you will look at the timeline, AstraZeneca was for the first time say was a good vaccine, but the time the European country have to take Pfizer, a lot of furniture for Pfizer and Moderna, they don't want to use like Sinovac for a developed country. So this is also another problem on inequality, and nobody in international use speak of this. The really problem I think on then we don't really understand that have public need to be equal. If it has public is inside of a mechanism of capitalism, it's not a solution, because I mean, we have another wave of COVID in Indonesia and in Europe, and we need to buy another stock of vaccine. This means European will have a lot of vaccine, and the entire developed country no. This will make another wave of death and so on. So yes, we need to work more on socialist system from my point of view, that liberal system. Thank you.
Of course, we've been here before with HIV treatments, of course, where the new HIV treatments that came in the 1990s were monopolised by the big capitalist pharmaceutical companies, and a few countries, namely India and Brazil, decided to break the patents because the need was so great, as a result of which there was an agreement, a sort of qualified agreement, the Doha Agreement in 2002 or thereabouts, to make some of these products available to poorer countries at a more reasonable price. We need to have a similar sort of agreement process so that the patents are not controlled for the maximisation of profits in the way in which they're is occurring at present. So we need a new Doha agreement to cover not just the vaccines, but the new COVID antiviral treatments that are coming through.
We have a very interesting comment here by Jacob on the chat. He says that yes, you cannot leave. That means we cannot leave, I suppose, without talking about climate change, where consistent observations have linked COVID to it. Epidemics of the kind, if I can say epidemics of the kind have been predicted as early as 2016 by WHO, but surprisingly, it did not reflect earlier reports it made, and the focus on climate change responses. Science failed, professionalism failed, ethics failed, a total disaster. This is Jacob's point of view, and I'm going to say that, in fact, pandemics have been predicted way before 2016. I recall, I don't have the passage here, but I recall reading something from Marx and Engels in the late 1800s. They were referring to the existence of virulent diseases being spread. And of course, they connected it to capitalism at that time. So pandemics were, in fact, predicted a very long time ago. And
of course, Alberto, Marx and Engels were right then, as they were on so many other things. And again, I agree with you, and Jacob, that's a really terrific comment. But climate scientists have been warning for 3 decades that this is about to happen. We had the so-called Spanish flu in 1918 to 21. We had HIV/AIDS in the early 1980s. Both of these were zoonotic infections, viral diseases that cross the barrier, the species barrier from animals to humans. So that took from 1920 to 1982, and since then we've had 30 or 40 zoonotic infections, which have occurred more and more frequently. And we had SARS-1, which was highly virulent, And of course, we've had Ebola and we've had Zika virus. I can list, dozens of them. And climate scientists have been saying that the risk of zoonotic infections has been increasing exponentially because of environmental destruction, of which climate change is, of course, one of the key driving forces. It's changed the relationship between animals and humans. It's changed so animals who have lived in their own habitats have had their habitats destroyed. They've had to come into villages. There have been inadequate food sources, so they've had to be drawn on for that reason, and so on. So there's a whole lot of reasons why zoonotic infections that jump from animal species to humans have become more frequent. So we knew this was going to happen. And so it's very interesting that there's been this completely fabricated conversation about the origins of COVID-19 and whether it came from a lab leak in Wuhan. There's no evidence, no scientific evidence in support of a lab leak, but we know that in fact zoonotic infections have been happening more and more frequently, and many of them have been extremely virulent. So even if there had been some malign practice, and whether it was on the Chinese side or on the Western side, even if there had been malign practice, there would have been a zoonotic pandemic such as this sooner rather than later anyway. So the discussions about the lab leak are a complete red herring.
Okay. Pak Alberto, maybe I answer a little bit of Ania questions just now about health and capital in the rumah sakit and the hospital. Yeah. During the pandemic, it is there is one big change, big change in the health system in Indonesia, when we come forward with the puskesmas, the health facilities in Indonesia, because usually puskesmas is usually downgraded before, but now they are at the front line of our health system. So you can get the vaccination for free over there, and then you can get, as long as you can get the BPJS, the social security, the health security number, you can get the health service over there. But and then it also from time to time, but it's depend on the availability of people and then also the resources in each puskesmas. We also have the health services to more people in remote area or people with with less fortunate. But yeah, we still have a lot of things to do in our health system. But the pandemic is good because we can do better for our health system, especially in the puskesmas things. And then especially because you mentioned about the environmental disasters. Well, because of our Indonesian coal is the price is also high overseas, we can get a good price for that, and then we can get the vaccine for free for all Indonesian people. It will be very difficult for the foreigners in Indonesia because it's more about the administrations, because usually the foreigners have to go to their country representative to get to get vaccinations for free, and then sometimes the administrations is quite difficult because the country representatives here have to compile what number of people before they can propose it to our health office, things like that. So I think it's hopefully answer the annual questions.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank
Terima
you.
kasih.
So Paul, when do you predict SARS number 3?
It might be with us already.
Oh dear.
So, I mean,
we are supposed to end this on a positive note.
So Alberto, you started by asking for the lessons that we might learn, and I think maybe we should reflect on what the lessons are that we can take away from the pandemic. And the lessons I guess, in part, refer to the insights that we've gained about the working of the system, but also insights about the positive things, the way in which people have been able to work together. And that includes the successes of science and even the successes of governments. As you said, even conservative governments have been able to support communities, or at least they were for a time. There's also the lesson about climate change that we're just talking about now, and perhaps a broader lesson about how it works better when we work together.
Sorry, I keep muting and unmuting because I keep coughing as well, so I didn't want to draw. So do we have any more questions or any more comments?
Alberto, I work with the community a lot. So one thing that I find it quite interesting about this pandemic is that we should not give legacy of fear to our children. Yeah, because we are having the children vaccinations here in Indonesia, and what interesting, 80% and more agree that the children vaccination have to be done. It is a different results when we asking the the adult communities. But one thing is very interesting because we're doing the child vaccinations, and then the children is actually bringing their parents come to the vaccination centers with them, and then in this case we get a lot higher of vaccinations in our community. And then about the fear, usually the parents who fear getting what we call getting vaccinated, they are afraid of the jarum suntik, and then the children can actually overcome that. So when the parents bring it up, it is quite fearful to be vaccinated. The children usually think the same, but actually if a parent feel brave enough and the children is okay with that, there is nothing wrong with vaccinated. And then one thing is that in our education, in our health education in the family, some parents actually still love to say to the children, if you are naughty, you will get you get the suntik, you can get put the needle onto you. And then this is quite often it's a kind of it's quite changing now. And then I'm happy because there is no such thing if you are naughty and then you get the needle into you, right? And then but some people actually still doing that. And then we also come across, we have to educate the parents more, because we are using the baby's needle for vaccination, so it won't be that hurt that much. And then it must be hurt because you are something pierced into your body, right? But it's unavoidable. But some parents, because there is one mother that I come across in the vaccination center that said, "Oh, the vaccination is a kind of it hurt is like you're getting circumcised." So, and sadly, this little man just got one, and then she got so afraid, so frantically afraid that to be vaccinated. So this kind of thing is, I think, is good, yeah, for the education. So education in the family, especially in the health education in the family, is very important. That it is still our homework in Indonesia.
I've got a slightly more positive story than that. I've got a 3-year-old granddaughter, and she goes to a childcare centre, and they went round the class and they asked them what their favourite hobby was, and Esther answered that her favourite hobby was having COVID tests.
All right.
Which is very interesting. I'm sure your old in history previously could have said that. But we speculate that it's because when she has a COVID test, she also gets a lollipop.
All right. That's really great. Yeah. we usually have like balloons and candies during the children vaccinations. And one thing that some of the incentive is, some vaccination center also provide, the like things like rice or other kind of food. But some people get very, why you have to give all of this to the people to get vaccinated? What's wrong? So there are two kind of, two kind of sides about that.
But I think it's also, speaking from an anthropological perspective, you also got to take into consideration the history of those people who are experiencing this. So in the case of Malaysia, when you have a health department coming in with jabs to a Malaysian Aboriginal community, the Orang Asli, so they have had long years of being discriminated against by such health departments and officials, and especially what they refer to as the government. Yeah. So it's not just to do with protection for themselves in terms of the health outcomes of being vaccinated, but they were actually more worried about the people who were coming to vaccinate them.
Yeah, there's a long history to
exactly.
Alberta. That's been the case with Australian Indigenous communities in Central Australia, who have been betrayed again and again by the central government, and so they don't trust. Naturally, they don't trust the government officials who come in, who decided that they've got to have some kind of treatment, or that their children are to be subjected to some kind of medical treatment. Interestingly, there was an unintended or unexpected side effect from the American attempts to identify the whereabouts of Osama bin Laden. The CIA agents, or the undercover agents, pretended that they were health workers who were advocating for polio vaccination. And they used that. I think that's clearly that was a very kind of unethical thing to do, because it undermined a lot of confidence in those areas of Pakistan in the polio. As a result of
and it is also to do. It's also to. I mean, you mentioned trust. I mean, you're absolutely right, but it's also to do with fear, in the sense of the outside. And so Malaysian Aboriginal people have for a very long time, starting from the period of experiencing slave raiders that come to the community to take the young children away as slaves. So they have got this long history of centuries of the outside world coming to their world, and the fear and the usual response is flight. So in this case, you have them fleeing into the forest to hide from various communities, as well as from the health department officials. And what that has done is that if one of them had actually contracted COVID, and they go off and live in a very small group in the forest, and that has spread, and this is a really unfortunate case that so from a peace building perspective, I think, and we probably should look into the repercussions of fear and trust, and I think the COVID once again has exposed that. Sean, you have your hand up. Sean, do you want to?
My voice is clear right now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, thank God. I want to ask the COVID, which were started from China, who infected almost whole of the world, just because of COVID-19, food conflict arise and some other conflicts too. Every government took some steps to prevent the causes of COVID-19, as they put police officials duty to take hold on more people to rest at home. Police were the mainstream fighter of COVID-19 as medical staff too. As we are talking about China, so 95 Chinese police officials were died in this COVID-19. In this COVID-19. But on the other hand, people reaction were against word police, even they sacrificed their lives. How we can make public cool and calm if it happened in future, except blaming to police?
The sound, the quality of your sound is not very clear, actually, Sean. So, but Paul, do you want to respond to it?
I said, but on the other hand, public reaction were against word police. Even they sacrificed their lives. How we can make public cool and calm if it happened in future, except blaming to police?
Okay, you got your point.
Because it is also conflict against it is also a conflict against police.
Okay.
Even they are fighting.
Yeah.
So I can't quite hear Sean, but I understand that he's commenting on the police in China. Is that right?
Yes. I was asking that police were the mainstream fighter against COVID-19 to prevent people from this COVID-19, but as 95 police officials were died, Chinese 95 police officers were died, but the public reaction were more against in all over the world, not only in China. Public reaction were against the police. How we can public make cool and calm if it happen in future, because it is a conflict against the police. I know because I am also working in a police department, so I know it's very well. Thank you.
Okay. So if I think I understand what you're saying clearly. There was some hostility to the authorities who were enforcing lockdowns, not just in China, of course, but all over the world. But in many of these countries, those people expressing hostility, and especially in a violent way, were in an absolutely tiny minority. There really was a sense, at least for a few months at the beginning of the pandemic, of a real sense of cohesion and even consensus about the need for public health measures, to an extent that I think had never been accepted before. So, whilst there was a small group of people who became kind of polarised and extremely antagonistic to the public health authorities, I think they were very much in a minority. Now, the current situation is more complex, of course, because things have moved on and people are tired and so on. But I think the fact that there was this kind of minor uprising of the radical right in European countries, in the United States, Australia, and elsewhere, doesn't, I think, undermine the broader principle that actually people recognised that it was necessary to care for each other, and that the public health measures, which are based on that idea of communities supporting each other through making personal compromises of their own, is actually the most effective way forward.
In Indonesia, may I add to answer Shan Muhammad questions, because we also have antagonistic to the police, but due to a lot of positive public communications, especially in the social media during the pandemic, it also increasing the capability of the police as well, the police department. For example, we have a program called the Resilience Kampung, where it is the local police department initiate the programs, and they also work with community for the health measure, and also not only health but also for the how to make sure the community in their local have enough food. What happens if somebody is contaminated with the COVID? Is there any place for the isolation, or is there any help? And then that's kind of a program, and it's communicating to the public. It will increase the trust to the police from the community. Especially, there are a number of occasions where it is the police who, bury the COVID disease person. So it is a kind of very noble, for the police. And then when the community recognize that, and then give a lot of appreciation to the police because of that as well. Yeah.
John, you have a hand up? Sean, can I give John a chance to speak?
Please, just give me a minute, please.
Yeah, but I would like to give other participants a chance.
Oh, thank you, please.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. But John, would you?
Okay. Yeah, in the case of like indigenous group people that don't really trust the government, which methods did the government employ, like to gain that trust, to enable them to give out the vaccinations?
I can speak a little bit about the work that was done in Central Australia, and it was difficult and painstaking work by Aboriginal communities themselves to engage in conversations, to develop that sense of trust, and to kind of shift the focus from a sense of suspicion and hostility towards the sense that we needed to work together, and that these were really very vulnerable communities, partly because of poverty, partly for because of the existence of other diseases, the prevalence of diseases like diabetes, for example, in Indigenous communities. So it required a lot of on-the-ground work within communities, one-to-one conversations. I myself have been previously involved in work in Africa, and this is with respect to the polio vaccination campaigns, where there were similar expressions of hostility and antipathy to the vaccination programs because of the same sort of reasons, that because of the effects of colonialism and the suspicion and hostility that have been built up over the centuries. Because of that, there needed again to be a lot of detailed work on the ground within communities, conducting conversations, building trust, bringing in people who'd had vaccinations themselves and testified to their effectiveness or their safety and so on. So there's really no shortcut to rebuilding a sense of community solidarity and community mutual trust and respect in that way.
May I add? Yeah, in Indonesia cases, it is we have a lot of distrust, during the beginning of the pandemic, because a lot of information comes from different sectors of different departments of different ministries, and then sometimes the information is not really in line. So what happened is after a few number of disasters, we have a forum. The Indonesian government have a forum, and then we agree that we have one source information. That's because the Satgas COVID. So all information about the pandemic comes from one source. So it's really limited, a kind of misinformation or disinformation, and that it can get more trust to the government. And if you remember, during the first public vaccination program, the first one who got the vaccination is our president. So it's the first one to get the public vaccination is our president, and it creates a lot of trust. This is what the government want to do to have people, because otherwise, the government always keep creating difficulties to people, because limited mobilities, limited people don't have to do. People cannot go to school and cannot go to work, and a lot of things like that. So I think the public communication is number one. So again, the same as the police situations is also the how we can get trust. And then another thing, we have also the hoax department. So people always can check, it's publicly available. People can check which one is the truth information, or it is because sometimes for the information we have a lot of sites, yeah, and then by having this kind, and where people can check it publicly, people can also give their opinion whether the information is true or not. So this is from people to people. I think hopefully it's answer also. There's a lesson learned from Indonesia.
Well, here in Australia, the former Prime Minister was the first to get the jab. So yeah. I think I wonder whether that led to a great deal of distrust. Paul? Anyway, Bu Juliana?
Oh, yes, I am.
Yeah, silakan.
I was sipping some water just now. So hi everyone. Okay, I've been listening to all of you. I don't really have any question, but I'm just sharing my experience during the critical pandemic here in my country, especially in my place here on the North Borneo, Sabah, Malaysia. It is understandable that people are experiencing fear. Even until today, we still have number of COVID recorded every day. So that actually creates fear every day. Sometimes it's down, sometimes it's up. So imagine if you are watching a horror movie and suddenly the next day it becomes a reality, something like that. So everyone reacts differently to stressful conditions. So here now in Sabah, where I live now, some of you might not be familiar. I'm on the North Borneo, just above Kalimantan. So what we have now is actually we have a package of fear here. Package of fear. We have so much rain sometimes, and then it causes flood, and then hot day for a few days. And the worst thing now, what we are facing now, is the price hike. The price of the basic necessities, such as even the cooking oil, rice, chicken, and all that, all hike. Like just the basic, even the petrol. So it's all affected by many people, including me. So fear, stress, and all that, name it, is really a paralyzing emotion. So we are really paralyzed with fear. My point is actually the mental torture that we are facing now, including me. So it can really color everything we think, everything you think under the sun, name it. So it actually there. So in my opinion, in your opinion also, do you think it's a natural change around the globe, or is it a main cause changes? Because to my observation, it's not really a way of life. It is really a mental torture. It's really a paralyzing emotion. So that's all for me.
Juliana, does climate change evoke the same level of fear, the sense of impending disaster, where we think that the entire human species is potentially at risk?
Say again? I didn't get you. I have mental paralysis.
I'm just asking whether climate change created the same levels of fear in your community.
I would say so. As for me, it is, yes. Because when it rains, you got this trauma. Oh my God, it's going to rain and heavy rain. Even if it's not really, really heavy, but you're already thinking of, okay, we have to go to the high-rise, place. Because I think in a year, we have a few times that we face all this flood, big flood.
So I think the question is that thinking about all these floods and the various climatic changes that's happening in your area, Karasan, do people link that to climate change? That this is
So far, nobody really talk about climate change. I'm not sure whether they are not aware of that or the word is not really talk about, not really synonym to them, or maybe not really familiar to them. I'm not sure.
I think, I mean, I would use the word preclarity. So preclarity is to do with the fact that, which is also, I know I seem to be always going back to neoliberalism, because one of the things we find is that for the last 30 years, we tend to think of our lives as very precarious. So you've got the great deal of uncertainties that have taken place, and this is very much a part of that design of the when they were coming up with the neoliberalism in the Washington Consensus. They were very clear as to what you can try, the kinds of the mental sort of changes and the psychological changes. So people started to feel precarious in terms of their jobs. The precarity has also been affected, and I think Paul talks about climate change, and these all come together. So it is like if I can no pun intended here, this is like a perfect storm as far as humanity is concerned, because we see all these the economic changes that are taking place. People are feeling really precarious in their lives. They are turning to the far right, who are mobilizing on the basis of this kind of sense of uncertainty and precariousness among the people, and so and then it becomes like almost a vicious cycle, in the sense that people then are afraid of what's happening in terms of the rise of the populist right-wing movements, increased racism, bigotry, and then you get it just goes on compounding, and it gets more and more serious. So
actually, I just name a few, but of course I didn't include politics there.
Yeah, of course. In Malaysia, there's always a precarious situation. I can speak since I'm in Australia, but
so I didn't want to put
I
that.
I won't put you in trouble.
I just put just a general one that we are facing. So just to update you guys that this is what we are facing here. So it's quite tough.
And Paul and Priska, did you want to add anything to this?
Priska, you go ahead.
Yeah, for climate change, probably what happened in Indonesia, probably people don't really realize it is about the climate change. People only believe that there is something wrong with the climate. So it is a kind of big word, in Indonesia itself, and only very, very popular in the academics, but not in the community. But people is aware there is a changing, then they have to adaptable to it. And then I think there is in the chat whether it is from Atufum, whether it will be a threat to the nation's peace.
Yeah,
in some extent, it is a threat to the nation's peace. Like Bu Juliana said, it is on the flood, and then we also have the fire, forest fire. Also in Australia, we do have bushfire, yeah.
Bushfire,
Bushfire.
floods. We have bushfire, we've got floods, we've got the
Droughts.
Can I add
Droughts.
something? Can I add something? In our place in Sabah, remember Juliana?
Is that Mary, is it? Sorry.
Isabel.
Yeah.
Isabel. Sorry, Jezebel.
Let me just jump into. It's not only the floods or the raining season, heavy raining seasons. In Sabah, we don't have any histories of tornadoes.
Yeah.
But it happens. One in Peninsula, it destroyed 4 villages.
Yeah.
And after a week later in Sabah, somewhere around Kudat, it's the tip of Borneo, Pitas. It's weird. It's never happened before, but it happens. What went wrong?
And this idea, I think there's something a lot in what you're talking about, Juliana and Jezebel and Alberto, about the idea of precariousness and the sense of fear and the tenuousness of structures that we've just taken for granted, that we think are solid and stable and permanent. In Australia, the bushfires have transformed the way in which we think of the relationship to nature and the forest. Previously, a forest was a place of idyllic beauty, of peace and calmness, of great, coolness and verdancy. Now, a forest is a place of fear, where there can be fires like no one has experienced before. These are not just, wood burning. These are fires that proceed with shock waves, with unthinkable temperatures, where anything in its path is destroyed or melted. So this is like the idea of a kind of Holocaust. So instead of the conventional, traditional ways in which we plotted relationships with other people and with nature and so on, all of these things have been turned on their heads. So there's a sense now that we can depend on nothing. And the political structures, as we've been saying over the last hour or so, under the force of the lens that we've gained access to from the pandemic, have been exposed as places of corruption, of hypocrisy, of authoritarianism, and so on. So there's nothing in nature, there's nothing in society that we can which has become a kind of point of rest or a place of safety. So I think there really is a sense of a new precariousness and a sense of an all-pervading fear. So I think that's a really insightful comment.
And to think about climate change, and Frederick Engels in 1876 spoke about the revenge of nature. So it was, very much quite some time ago. But I recall in the 1970s, late 70s, when I was giving my classes in Malaysia, and a course that I taught, which was human ecology. And I explained to my students about global warming and the greenhouse effect, showed them the various kinds of how the kinds of changes that are going to take, the environmental changes due to the increased use of fossil fuels. Now that was, it was in the 1977 or 1978 to be precise, and those were the lectures that I gave. But one thing I said to my students at that time, don't worry about it now, because this will only take effect about 200 years, because that was the scientific consensus at that time, that the effects are going to be felt gradually, but it's going to be in about 200 years. Now, to fast forward, in 2010, I was in Samoa, and the person who was guiding, navigating the boat back into the village, he said to me, these days it's very hard for me to navigate. And I asked him why. I said, you've been doing this all this while. And then he said, there is a rock that I was able to use as the point, to guide me through the navigation. But now I can't see the rock in the water. So I asked him, how long haven't you been able to see it? And he said 5 years. So, and this was, to me, it was, the people in those island communities, they are experiencing rising sea levels at the rate that is extremely, shocking. But before we'll finish off very soon, but Mary Monica, you have the last word, as it were, or question.
No,
Or
no,
comments.
it's not actually a question. I would say it's a very interesting conversation, dialogue in here. So I just want to share that in academic, I work in full-time in University Malaysia Sabah. So less mentioned on the climate change, but a lot of research on the impact of COVID-19. Like human to us individuals, and also like business, things like that. Yeah, that's one. And on the climate change, the constant flooding that Jezebel mentioned just now. Well, it's interesting to note that people, I for one would think this way, and there are many out there as well, to note that it somehow relates, it is somehow being related to punishment, punishment to what has been done to the environment. It's like, it's a way of getting back, a way of getting the nature gets back to us. Okay. And this relates to our earlier conversation this morning with Bu Sakina, right? That they need to be respectful to and having a deeper understanding of the nature, so that we can exist, coexist. Yeah. That's about it that I want to share, actually. Thanks.
And that's a good way to end today's, because after this we have a bit of fun with a group of peace, activists and scholars on how performative art and media can be the role in peace building. But tomorrow, Makiri and I and Saroja, we will be talking about environmental issues and in the whole area of peace ecology, which is, I think, some of you would know, is the work that I've been focused on for the last 5 or 6 years. So I want to thank Paul and Priska for your inspirational and invigorating conversation on something so dire as the pandemic. But I think we can end with a very positive way and say that let's not give up hope, and we must not let despair be convincing, as Raymond Williams says, that to be truly radical, we must hold on to hope rather than make despair convincing. So that note, thank you so much. And two of you wait, we will be taken to a breakout room.
Thank you, Alberto. Thank you.
Alberto. Thank you, Paul.
Your comments.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, we'll be back. Okay.
Good afternoon, Yogyakarta time, everyone. I hope everyone is freshened up for the last session today by Dr. Joanne Lim, Dr. Andy Hickson, and Kevin Brenneman. Welcome, presenters. It's good to have you here with us. Alberto Busaroja have already told us, the team, that these presenters are very well prepared. So for all participants, this is the last course for today, Critical Conversation 3, Promoting Peace and Social Justice, Role of Media and Performative Arts. So we have all the presenters here, and I'm not gonna extend this any longer. I'll let Dr. Joanne Lim, Dr. Andy Hickson, and Kevin Brenneman to start.
Good morning here in the UK. Good afternoon, some of you. Good evening to others. Thank you for that welcome and introduction. And good hello again to my fellow co-presenters. And the three of us will be running the session for you today. We're not just going to chat to you for 2 hours. We'll do a bit of chat, of course, but we're going to involve you in some creative activities. We're going to do some sharing with each other. We're going to do some exchanging of ideas. Hopefully we're going to have a bit of fun. Hopefully you're going to enjoy yourself. We haven't really got any rules for this session, but it would help us, certainly in the interaction, if you could all please turn on your cameras. So just give you a couple of seconds to do that so we can see who we're talking to. It's also going to help us in the interaction. Note that some of you have your hands up. Do you have questions? Monica, for example, Mary Monica, you've got your hand up. Does that mean you have a question before the session starts? And oh, great. Now there will be times where we'll be asking you to interact. And so we'll get you to turn on your microphones during that time. But for now, just keep your cameras on. That would be fantastic. Right, so ready to start. Kevin, all good to go?
Yeah, all good to
Right,
go,
all
I
good
think.
to go. Excellent. All right. Well, as I said, this is not just going to be us chatting to you for 2 hours. And we're going to just start off with a little warm up with you. We're going to just break the ice a little bit. So I want to be able to see everybody. And that's great. So let me just change my settings so I can see you all. Good. Okay, so let's start with, as I said, a little warm up. So if everybody could please just put your right hand in the air. That's it, put your right hand in the air. And yeah, a point, kind of pointing upwards. And with that, so that we can all see, I'd just like you to draw a big circle. Can you do that? A big circle. Right, easy, right? That's an easy activity. We can all do that. Okay, good. So relax, put that arm down. Now get your left, and we're going to do, instead of a circle this time, we're going to do a cross. So do a big cross in the air. That's it, 2 lines. Right. Actually, this is more difficult on a screen. Right, but we can all do that, right? We can do the cross. Yeah, everybody's doing that. Fantastic. Okay, put that hand down. Now, both. I'd like you to put both in the air now. All right. Both hands in the air, point upwards. Good, thank you. Now we're going to do both at the same time. So with your right hand, you can do your circle. With your left hand, you can do your cross. And let's do them both at the same time. Oh, my days. You know how many times I've done that? I still can't do it. Anybody doing it? No. Well, we've got some people that are pretty good, pretty close, but actually, relax. It's impossible. I've asked you to do something that's impossible. I'm not trying to trick you. It's just now that we've all done something that none of us can do, we can move on. And I think the underlying message that we're asking is that we want your suggestions when we ask for them. We want you to ask questions. There are no questions that are bad questions. Everything is good. Okay. So we are going to be looking at using the creative arts, using theatre, social media, a variety of other media to explore, to raise awareness of how these mediums can assist in peace building, in conflict resolution. And we've all got different experience in, well, all of these areas, really. So I think where we would like to start, not with me, I've opened up the session, but we're going to start with one of my fellow presenters, Dr. Kevin. Kevin, you have a unique way of looking at conflict transformation, and in fact, you've even created some brand new words that well, I certainly haven't heard of before, and I'm wondering if our audience have heard of them. But yeah, Kevin, what is this improvisational technique that you've sort of created and developed and pioneered?
Well, thanks so much. It's nice to be here today. Thank you, Andy, and it's great to speak with Joanna and Alberto, a lot of familiar faces. Yeah, I have kind of a project. I call it Peace Prov, and it's a combination of peace and conflict studies as a theory or a framework, and my experience as an improviser and doing improvisational theater. And so as Andy does social theater and Joanna's in social media, I focus on improv theater specifically. And how it started was over the years, training in improv theater, doing workshops, doing shows, failing, having fun moments. And then fast forward, and I went to UJI, Jaume Primero in Spain, and I was reading some of John Paul Lederach's books. I imagine many of you are familiar with Lederach. He's a peace worker. He's an academic as well, and he kind of made known the expression elicitive conflict transformation. So now I'm pretty much bringing in two parts: John Paul Lederach's elicitive approach towards transforming conflicts, and my experience with improv theater as a practice. And together, I call them Peace Prov, because it provides a way to practice some of these soft skills. And how can we become better how can we become better improvisers, but also how can we become better peace practitioners? We need some application that can allow us to practice, relate together, and communicate. So that's, yeah, this is Peace Prov in a nutshell.
Kevin, can anybody do Peace Prov, or do you need some kind of training to do it, or certainly an outlook or something like that to be able to practice it?
Well, it's a good question. It's really accessible. In fact, I think we're all improvisers in our day-to-day lives. We just don't always have the consciousness behind it, or perhaps certain theories that we can name. We don't necessarily name our world, which is one of the things that Lederach talks about. the people in the conflict system should be able to name their world and be aware, name the conflict, name the way it can be transformed. And so what improv does is it gives us the practice and the vocabulary to name what we might be doing in a social interaction. I think the term dramaturgy, right, is, Andy, in theater, dramaturgy is this metaphor that the stage, the life's stage, right? And so using terms from theater and the performing arts, we can bring them into life and start to name aspects of a scene. What is our environment? Who am I? Who am I interacting with? This is actually called the basic scene. You, me, in an environment. And so it's very accessible. You don't need materials because we harness the power of imagination, of creativity. And I think what would be beneficial, though, is a good guide, a coach, a facilitator, a shaman. Who is it that helps to actually, to use Letterrock's term, to elicit this knowledge that we all hold within us?
So it's not just about, forgive my ignorance here, Kevin, it's not just about sort of doing improv on your own or in your own head with your own imagination, but maybe you could do that, but it's about working with other people, isn't it? About creating conversations and dialogues and a new way to sort of share your ideas and sort of expand the dialogue, the conversation. So
exactly.
are you moving away from words, or is the focus on words itself?
I think to give a premise for it, it's all about the relationships and how we communicate. And so I think that is it in a nutshell. And I think, like Joanna and Andy, a common thread is that we're looking at building communities, and we're building that through relationships, whether it's in the virtual space or on the stage, right? And this is kind of, I think, a common thread we have within our different but similar artistic approach towards peace and conflict.
That's fantastic. I love the idea. I'm also mindful, certainly when I've been using similar theatre work, that often you might come across people that have had no experience of theatre or the creative arts, and they go, oh no, I can't do acting, I can't do improvisation. But actually, as you already said, it's an accessible medium, isn't it? It's not, we're not sort of judging people. We're not putting, sort of creating Britain's Got Talent or Germany's Got Talent or Malaysia's Got Talent or something. It's just about finding new ways to generate new ideas.
Yeah.
How do we overcome that? How do we get people to sort of start an improv, sort of kind of break out of that fear that they might have about being creative or being theatrical, if you like, and sort of engaging them in the process?
Well, I think I would reference an educator and improviser from England/Canada, Keith Johnstone. Do you know Keith Johnstone?
Well, I did before he died, but yeah, great.
Yeah.
Great man, yes.
He's kind of a well-known name in improv and theater and social work. And he talks about the fear of failure and how traditional education systems want you to come up with the best or the perfect answer. And so I think what we often do is overthink. You can call it being in your head too much. if you have to make a choice, or we can call this an offer, which we do every day in all situations, everything is an offer. It's a message of some sort. And so he says we are taught to be perfect, taught to try to be clever, taught to try to make a good joke. And he says this gets in the way of being in the moment, of playing, of just connecting with that spontaneity that I guess many of us probably have children, I imagine. So we see it in our children, and we probably see that in a lot of adults, it's lost. And so just a quick connection back to peace and conflict. As peace workers, as problem solvers, one might say, how do we solve problems and approach them if we lost or don't access this creative spirit or this imagination that is, I think, ingrained in humans, in life, one would say. Yeah.
We are living in a technological world now. More and more, we're moving on to I mean, now, for example, we're all communicating on this fabulous platform, some would say, called Zoom, and theatre, improvisation, social theatre, all those things that we practice, a great way to sort of communicate within a group. But if we're generating ideas, and if we want those ideas to sort of spread outwards, or even if we want to improvise, if you like, over many miles using technology, we've got to embrace the technology as well. And I think, so Joanne, you specialize in one of your specialities is within social media. Can you, two things that sort of come to mind from what Kevin said is one, if Kevin was working with a group and they generated these brilliant ideas, how could you use social media to sort of get them to a wider audience? But then also, second part to the question is, could you do that kind of work on social media in itself?
Right, thanks very much, Andy, Kevin, Professor Alberto, and everyone. Really so nice to see you here today. And I was really intrigued by what Kevin had mentioned. I mean, everything certainly seems to relate to the world of social media as well. All the asks that you are saying, how do we engage? How do we align communication? How do we get over this fear, and of course on social media, depending on context, there's so much of culture of fear as well, especially for communities living in highly censored societies. Maybe just a little bit of background, and in answer to your question, Andy, I mean, my work involves engaging with young people and trying to understand how media, social media, is of course increasingly used to advocate for peace and to bring about conflict transformation, especially in the context of Malaysia and the wider Southeast Asian region. But I'm sure we are more than familiar with platforms such as TikTok. I mean, that's right now up there trending. We've got Instagram, Facebook, which is now a thing of the past, apparently is dubbed, for the elderly only, and memes, of course. So I've worked with young people who call themselves meme lords, and they generate content on a daily, hourly basis even, just to drive engagement for a particular cause or activist campaign. I've witnessed young teenagers who, based on self-taught knowledge, going onto YouTube and so on, they learn how to use BuildBox, Unity, even Scratch, and they have gone on to build games, online games that could include elements of peace and conflict transformation. It is truly inspiring, really. I think one guiding question is always, for us, how can social media be harnessed more effectively for peace building? And that is, of course, what you had asked, Andy. I think the issues we face in society are not new, but technology is new and it is ever changing as we know it. And this is especially so for, of course, many communities who can't even gain access to information, despite it being an integral part of our right to freedom of expression and information. But for those who have access, we can connect, we can create awareness, we can create enablers, and of course then to mobilize. Andy, I know, there's always two sides to a coin, right? And social media has suffered a bad rap, and rightly so, for, of course, inciting violence and hatred, for driving polarization, radicalization, even extremism. But while I'm mindful to not be overly deterministic or techno-deterministic and overly celebratory of this tool that is social media, I believe that once we understand our role in using these tools responsibly and, of course, strategically, social media can, of course, be immensely powerful as a peace-building tool. Our participants here may have read the case studies in the prescribed readings, the one by Denkers, for example, or in the reading on Eastern Europe and how they've used this. Another one by Valentina Bao and how to approach this communication for develop, something that's dubbed C4D, which effectively rebuilds peace from the bottom up by engaging citizens in the process of peace building. And you can see how social media can be used here to actually strengthen the reconstruction process at the end of, say, a violence. So I think this bottom-up process is based on none other than dialogue and inclusivity. And I think that's generally what Kevin was talking about, and Andy as well, with social theater. It is about communication, dialogue, and inclusivity. The aim at the end, of course, is for citizens to participate more meaningfully for a cause. And we're looking at even government decision making, thereby developing a mode of communication for perhaps peaceful development, participatory governance, something I call digital sociocracy. I mean, that's a topic for another day. But the ultimate goal is, of course, to ensure that there are societal voices that are present within spaces whereby policies are made, government decisions, and how this can be achieved and driven via digital platforms. And if I may just add, actually, if we begin by thinking in terms of how Exel Bruns defines the digital person today, we are no longer either producers or consumers of knowledge and information, but actually prosumers, whereby we are both producers and consumers at the same time. So as we consume, when we like, follow, share, post, comment, we are actually producing knowledge and propagating either violence or peace, right? A rumor forwarded by 1,000 people can change the course of politics, as we've surely seen happening around us. So in the spirit of transformative media, it is about using all sorts of creative means to produce video clips, posts, podcasts, memes, tweets, and to make it personal by using anecdotes, stories from within communities.
Mm. Absolutely fabulous. Now, I think the common thread, certainly between the work that the three of us are engaged in, is one of communication. I think we're all, in a creative way, engaged in communication activities, and I think communication is often underrated, but if we sort of think about communication a little bit, we can have the most fabulous of ideas. We can make the greatest invention ever. We can sort of develop a peace program that's going to transform the world and make everybody into lovely, peaceful people. But if we can't communicate those ideas, if we can't speak to people, if we can't share them, then kind of what use is it? I mean, if you want to use those ideas yourself and go and live in a cave and meditate for the rest of your life, then yeah, I'm not saying that that's not an activity that anybody should engage in. It could be very good for a lot of people, but communication is key, and I think through social media, through theatre, through improvisation, through social theatre, what we're actually doing underneath the creative work is helping people to communicate. We're developing their communication tools, if you like, because communication is not just about chatting, it's not just about speaking. We communicate in so many different ways. You know, now with social media, as Dr. Joanne has said, you know, we can communicate at the click of a button. You know, we can communicate from 6,000 miles away instantly, whereas before, you know, well, many years ago, it would have taken us months, maybe years to communicate that message. And not only are we sort of communicating virtually and through vocally, but communicating through many different ways. I mean, just now, just with us being virtual now, we're all holding our bodies in particular ways. We are already telling people something about ourselves. You know, whether we're feeling comfortable, whether we're feeling a little bit stressed or what have you. And we do that all the time. We're communicating to other people without saying anything all the time. And I think the more it's important not only to use the creative activities that Dr. Kevin and Dr. Joanne have talked about, but we need to help people to engage with those activities. And a lot of that is through training. As Dr. Joanne said, you know, you work with a lot of young people, and I'm sure you don't just give them a tablet or a computer and say, right, go and do your thing. You know, you share your knowledge with them, you get them to share their knowledge with each other and sort of develop their skills so that they, on day one, you know, they might be able to communicate to one level, and by the end of the week, they're communicating, you know, up several more levels. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes, certainly. I mean, it really boils down to education. I mean, education is so very important in this context. And I think the more we educate ourselves and each other on how to work as a community, I mean, I personally know an online community of, say, fact checkers in Malaysia comprising of youth volunteers from several universities here. And, you know, what it does is, you know, these people are able to actually at least contribute to trying to turn the tide on all this fake news, echo chambers, you know, conflict producers, trolls, cyber troopers, etc. And it's significant, it's important. So yes, knowledge needs to be shared in this respect, certainly. But Andy, you mentioned, you know, creative activities. And I was wondering, Kevin, do you have an example of how we can actually use creative activities to raise peace awareness?
Yes, we could do an exercise here. And I wanted to just comment briefly on the communication thread. And Joanna, you mentioned we're all prosumers, producers and consumers. And I thought that was quite telling of, for example, improv theater, where we can look at the scripted approach. We all have scripts that we use. You can call them go-tos, things that we've done and automated, and we don't necessarily have to put energy towards doing them, or less energy. And then there's more of the proactive or creation phase, where we are actually creating new dialogues, which you could say is leading or influencing new relationships as well. In relationships, whether it's online or in the physical world, we tend to find patterns. And so behavioral patterns, communicative patterns, we engage in these over and over. But I think for change to happen, we have to sometimes redefine the patterns, which is communication, behavior, how we think, and what scripts we might tell ourselves, which scripts we're maybe following. And this, I think, is a part of the process of transformative arts. And with patterns, one more thought on patterns, Joanna, you mentioned the meme lords. I thought this was, I've never heard the term, so I thought it was very interesting. because these memes are cultural artifacts, right? These
That's right.
evolution of an idea. And this is a very common application or format in improv. And there's a saying in improv, find the pattern, play the game. So it's like a meme, actually. You take the idea at its core, and then you evolve it. You heighten it, you change it. And so a meme lord is basically an improviser on social media in some way. I like this connection.
Yeah, absolutely.
With that said, we can do a little activity. This would be, I think, and it's also a bit of a transition, right? Going from the stage to the virtual world. And how do we take our exercises and games and make them work in little boxes on the computer screen? So let's try it.
Kevin, before you start, Kevin, we've got about, I would say, 7 or 8% of our participants with their cameras on. Can we ask if the rest of you can turn your cameras on for this activity? So that would be Joyce, Jasmine, Admin 1, Admin 2, Apriya. Sorry, I'm going through your names now.
It would be so much appreciated because it is nice to see.
Mohammed, Ida, Atum, Shan, Boima, Ida, Stephen, Rafika, Dr. Vijay. I think I've said everybody. That's fabulous, all opening up there. Great to see who we're talking to, or we're talking with, should I say. Sorry, Kevin, for interrupting.
No worries. I'll just type the name of this game, one word at a time story. So storytelling is a very big part of theater, improv, online messaging. How do we communicate? We tell stories. Humans are hardwired for storytelling. It helps us remember. It's how we basically kept track of knowledge before the written word. So, can we tell a story together? I think is the big question. And this game is one word at a time story. And we'll try it on Zoom and see if we can get it to work well. But I'll basically write down each word and we each say one word. And when you come to the end of a sentence, you can just say period or question mark. So you can, everybody has the power to end a sentence when they would like. And so let's see if we can go through the beginning, the middle, and the end and tell a collaborative story that, of course, will come out of every one of us. It's not any one person's story. With that said, I can write these words down on a Word document, and it occurred to me that I can't see the screen well and the Word document. So Joanna or Andy, could one of you maybe call on participants and then I can type? Okay, great.
Sure.
Do you want to do that, Joanne?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Okay, can I just add to that, Dr. Kevin,
yeah.
Do you want people to think about the words that they're doing, or do you want the first thing that comes to their mind? How much censorship are we allowing?
Good question. Yeah, it's so in this exercise, there's a lot we can focus on. One of them, a few of them, are not overthinking what you're going to say. So try to take the very last word in context and then just give the word that first pops into your mind and don't overthink it. Try not to filter. Mistakes are okay. This is part of the fun. Make mistakes. fail with us together, and we might laugh together. We'll see how it goes. Can everyone see the Word document?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. Then with that said, I will type the sentences as the words come out, and we'll see what we come up with.
Fantastic. Okay. Shall we have the first person then? Is someone behind Prodi Hi UMY, the admin?
It's also me.
Okay.
Jasmine.
Fantastic. Jasmine, please give us your one word.
I was not prepared for this. Well, I'll start with peace then.
Peace. Bu Saroja? You're muted. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Beautiful.
Beautiful. Mas Hanif?
And yeah.
Anielo?
I don't know. Peace and equal. No.
Excellent. Equal. Marisol from Deep Germany.
Challenges.
Challenges. Rajan Jabor?
Life-giving.
Lovely. Professor Alberto? You're muted. Please unmute.
Sleep.
Sleep. Good one. Lalan Quismondo?
Hi, harmonious.
Did you get that, Kevin? Awesome. Ari?
Rest.
We didn't get that.
Rest.
One more time.
Rest?
Yeah.
Rest.
Rest.
Okay.
Padmir Shatu? What's that?
Full stop.
Did you get that, Kevin?
Also,
Sentence, full stop.
one more time, my speaker is a little quiet.
All right, full stop.
Full stop.
Full stop, yes. Well,
Full stop.
excellent choice. Our
Shah
first
Muhammad.
sentence.
Solve.
Tall. Fantastic. Carissa Chua.
Ghost.
Ghost. Good one. Hi, Mary Monica.
Perception.
Perception. Wow. Okay, Suzanne Sade.
Two neighbors, and I will have two neighbors, and a story connecting the two neighbors with these words at the end, if you want.
Sorry, one more time.
Two neighbors. I will choose two words. Two neighbors.
Okay.
And yeah, and at the end of this session, I can do a story using the two neighbors with these words, if you want.
Like
Thank
two
you.
neighbors, right?
Yeah.
Are we allowed
Yeah,
to?
two neighbors.
Kevin?
What's
Yeah,
that?
we need to do a conflict.
Are we allowed to, Kevin?
No, but I can hyphenate it.
Yeah.
A little trick where we
Fantastic. Joyce.
Agreement.
Agreement. Thank you. Stephen Ojang.
Livable.
Believable. Thank you.
No,
Jezebel.
livable, not believable.
Oh,
Livable.
livable. Livable.
Yes.
Thank you. Jezebel.
Astronomers.
Did you get that, Gavin?
One more time.
Astronomers.
Astronomers.
Lovely. Ida Fitriani. Hi.
Hi, she said.
No, I said
hi.
hi. No, I said hi. Hi.
We can go with that. Hi.
I would say valuable. Valuable.
Valuable. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Rafika?
Oh.
Okay, maybe love.
Love. Remember, if you want to end it, you just have to say it and the punctuation.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, Kevin. Ida said valuable.
Ah, valuable. Okay.
Okay. Rupert, June Sajot.
Hi. Yeah, hope. For me, hope.
Hope. Lovely. Mushtaq?
Tolerance.
One more time, the last word.
Tolerance.
Solvent.
Tolerance. Yes.
Okay.
Not solvent. Tolerance.
Is tolerance.
Tolerance.
Tolerance. Okay.
Yeah.
I think the connection is slow on my end, so it's a challenge for me.
No, you're doing very well, Kevin.
Kevin, I think Ida said valuable, not valuable.
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 Okay.
Valuable. Yes.
That's why you were having trouble spell checking. But you were very kind not to question the word, Kevin.
Yeah.
There's a lot of room for.
Actually, it makes for a very interesting side story after. But anyway, Atiful.
Salient.
Sorry?
Salient.
Salient.
Mm-hmm.
Salient. Reza. Yes, Reza Amanda.
Can we use conjunction?
Yes.
And
conjunction?
Yeah.
Yes, for the sentence. No, simply, nope, not the, you know what, never mind. I would use period.
Period. Mm-hmm.
Period. End of sentence, Kevin.
Okay. I'm curious
Abel?
where this story is going, right?
I'd love to know. Abel?
Am I audible?
Yes.
All right. How about joy?
Joy. Lovely. Jasmine Staff.
Joe. Sorry.
Oh, that's you. You did the first one. That's you. Moha.
What about dream?
Dream.
Dream. Okay. All right. Muhammad Ashraf. Hi, Muhammad Ashraf. Nothing yet. What about Dr. Vijay Kumar?
Yeah, diversity for me. Diversity.
Lovely. Diversity. Shall we have Rasta? Rasta, your word. Juliana, we are coming up with one word each. If you'd like to think of your word in a while, I'll come back to you.
Apologies. Rasta is part of the secretariat and she's not currently here.
Okay, no problem. Asif Nadeem.
Both Keba and Juliana have their hands up.
Okay. Shall we have Juliana?
Hi, actually, I was away in the restroom, so I missed what was the discussion about.
Yeah, no problem. We're just coming up with one word, and just to attach the word to what someone else before you had said, yeah, or a word that comes to mind. We're building a story, one word at a time.
Oh, okay. Any words? Anything?
Anything
Yeah,
goes,
anything
yeah.
Oh, chicken.
Chicken.
Okay.
Yeah, we're facing a shortage of chicken in Malaysia. Well done, Juliana. Keba.
Enthusiastic.
Great word. Mr. G.
Gratitude.
Gratitude. Fantastic. Rafika.
All right, so maybe just end.
And yeah, that's an important word. Thank you. Carmen.
Forgiveness.
Sorry?
Forgiveness.
Forgiveness. Surely. Boima. Boima Kone?
Brings.
Rings? Kevin, you got that?
Yep, brings.
Oh, brains. Okay. We've got other people.
Let's see if we can bring this maybe to a closure, and it'll be a very short, maybe poetic piece.
Okay. Let's go with two more. Wayuta? Sean says help.
Help, okay. Oh, great. I see it in the text, the chat. It's nice to, if the reception's not good, I can also read it.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, and let's end with Firma.
Yeah, I would like to say caring.
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 Okay. You got enough, Kevin?
Excellent. Okay, so we have now our collaborative piece. We have one word from each participant, and I'll read through it now, and let's just see what we have. Peace, beautiful and equal challenges, life-giving sleep, harmonious rest. Tall ghost perception, two neighbors agreement, livable astronomers, high valuable, love tolerance salient. Joy dream, diversity, chicken enthusiastic gratitude, and forgiveness brings help carry. All right, so I have a question. Imagine that this is what communication sounds like. And when you give a message, imagine you have a very clear idea of what you want to say. And perhaps some of these concepts stand out, but it gets lost the more we say, and communication has its limits. And so perhaps it's decoded by the receiver very differently, and we have some barriers. For example, different definitions of what something means, such as peace. What does peace mean to you? Or what about language differences? I think we all have a quite diverse array of languages, even though right now we're focused on English mostly. And as we talked about earlier, Andy mentioned expression and communication is not just speaking, but we look at different ways to communicate non-verbally or through memes. The symbol or the meaning of an icon, a word, an action, it creates a lot of room for misinterpretation as well. I wanted to ask, what were some thoughts that you had? What was easy, maybe what was difficult, and how did you feel during this exercise?
While people are gathering some thoughts there, Kevin, I have a question. And we introduced this as a story, and I know stories can take many different forms. One of the challenges of this story is that I certainly are unable to see the grammar, the normal grammar that one would find, and that some of the sentences read without the grammar or maybe some additional words, to some people wouldn't totally make sense. And I was very taken by the way you read it, because you introduced your own grammar. You put in commas and things while you were reading it, and you stress certain words, and actually you reading it helped it make more sense. But you were adding some things in while you were reading it. So I just wondered what your thoughts are on that, because you did say it was sort of more of a poetic story, and maybe it does follow more of the rules of what some poetry might follow, but not necessarily rules that stories would follow. So what were your thoughts on that while people are thinking about other questions?
Yeah, I really like this question in part because I think a core component of Andy, Joanna, and I in the arts is storytelling. And that includes perspective taking, interpretation, and we're always telling a story, but if you think about language, syntax, grammar, they're very different across all languages. And this is, I think, the gap with meaning. How do we communicate without the structure? If you didn't know well the structure of storytelling, which in the most simplest form would be beginning, establish routine, perhaps some sort of routine is broken, perhaps there's a rising action of heightening and problems, some sort of resolution, and then reestablish a new normal. And this is kind of the universal story, but story structure can also be taught. And in theater or online social media, I think these are two areas that focus on what are the structural components to sharing a story that people can understand. How can we be better communicators? And perhaps learning these tools, we can share our story better or even understand other people's stories better. And I think this is not only the gap of communication, but also a way that education can incorporate this into, let's say, a university or a classroom.
If I can just jump in there, Kevin, Andy, I think this is very much in line with what we can understand as transmedia storytelling, whereby actually on social media, there is no necessary structure, isn't it? And it's actually quite chaotic as well because of the various platforms, the various tools that are available on social media. I mean, you can say something in many different ways through, video games, through tweets and through memes and so on. So this notion of transmedia storytelling allows for us to actually speak across various media platforms. But then what becomes important is that it then forms actually a story in itself, right? The spirit of the story is what you get at the end. It's not necessarily a kind of structure that one would expect of, poetry and so on. And actually, this is what social media is designed to do. It becomes a framework. Transmedia becomes a framework for designing and communicating stories across many different forms of media. I just wanted to add that.
In the chat, group 12, Atufung, Negabuni Shaila, sorry, my pronunciation, made a nice comment about Stuart Hall. You can check it out. And his reception theory says that an audience receives a message in 3 ways. And it's in the chat now.
Yeah.
And I think this is a really good point, because often we are so focused on we gave the message, and as if that's the end. But I think maybe the more important part is, how was my message received? And what feelings and what maybe emotional or reaction does that cause? It's a very important aspect of communication. And actually, can we step back? And I'm just curious if there's anyone who would like to share their thoughts or feelings about this exercise and what maybe came up during it. Perhaps before
do you
were
have a question? Oh, she's turned off. They got some people have got their hands up, Kevin. Keba, you've got your hand up?
No, it's
No.
by mistake, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Suzanne, I think you had your hand up.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
I felt a responsible person who needs to think before choosing her words. So this is one of the most important things, to think before you say your word. It's not even about body language, the using of words and how to use it, and the way how you express it. For example, I can say to you, please, I need your apple, but I can say it in a loud or noisy voice. And I can say, please, would you give me your apple or share with me your apple? So this is.
Yeah, and I think just to add to Suzanne's statement, thank you for that. Theater is a beautiful tool to help with expression, right? Voice, song, physical movement, timing, proximity, social emotional. It kind of incorporates the body as a tool. And what are the limits of voice? How can our voice be used maybe a little differently, and how can it communicate nuance? I think this is kind of one of the aspects that theater brings to the human body. And
Mia, you put your hand up.
Padmia?
Oh, Padmia, the audio.
All right. Let me cue with Susan. It brings me to the whole idea of think before you click. A while ago, we're talking about social media and its role in peace building. I think that whatever we click, before we click what we click, be it a like, be it a comment, be it a share, it is very important that we also think before we do this. This is just so that there's somebody at the receiving end. Whatever you do on this end, if you were at the receiving end, would you take it if we swapped positions? Now, when the game was going on and I was thinking, like we have different thoughts in our minds at different points in time. We don't think the same at every time. So that's why you saw the diversity in the ideas we're bringing on. And it brings us back to our work as peace builders, because at a point in time when we want to resolve a particular conflict, we have different approaches towards it. Different conflicts will have their different approaches. That is so because they are from different origins, and we must also bring in people's own perspectives when we want to actually solve these issues that we're trying to solve. Not will be bringing more trouble where there is already an existing trouble. So we must try as much as we can to do no harm in the process of peace building.
Can I just say something about the choice of my word? So I think it is also important to look at how the stories connect with one another and one own's perspective and condition. So at the moment, as all of you know, that I'm not feeling well. So I saw the first word before mine was life-giving. So I thought that, how am I going to keep living in the sense if I'm not feeling well? So the condition that I was in at that moment was in regard to the word that mattered a great deal for me at this moment is sleep. But I think the stories also, as indigenous peoples, when they tell stories, they look for stories that connect, not just connect in terms of the narratives, but also connect in terms of the person who comes before you. And so I think these are the significance of storytelling among indigenous peoples.
Thank you, Alberto. And Mr. G, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I think what I wanted to say is very close to what Prof just said. Firstly, when you got the instruction, I felt compelled to come up with a word because I didn't want to let the team down. And then secondly, I came up with a word, but every time I kept on changing my word in response to the person who came before me. So yeah, that was just my take.
Mr. G, that's, I think, a wonderful experience and expression of what happened. And so one of the guidelines actually in improv is to be in the moment. And a lot of times we're so concerned about trying to come up with a good answer that we realize we're not actually listening to what's unfolding in front of us. And this is a part of the practice as well, being present and listening. And then instead of trying to create something for the future, we're actually just responding from the heart, the mind, and in the moment. But it's a practice, right? It's kind of one of the journeys of improv too, and theater.
Yeah, absolutely perfectly said, Kevin. And I think there's another aspect to here, and I believe this is part of improvisation and the one-word stories, is about. So we're communicating, we're building a story together. But one of the things about a one-word story is it takes away your ability to control what is happening. And as Mr. G just said, I had a word in mind, and every time somebody else said a new word, it didn't make sense anymore, so I had to change my word. And that's exactly what we wanted to do, or what we wanted to happen is that by just saying one word, you can't take control. You can't take control of the word that the person before you has said. You've still then got to provide a word that makes sense, I believe, to the whole. I think I would have been a little bit stricter than Kevin, and I would have said, well, actually, does that make sense? Is the grammar correct? But you were very gentle, Kevin. Appreciate that, especially for people that maybe hadn't done it before. But then also, once you've given your word, the next person, you've given your word, and you might have a thought, oh, I think it's going to go in this direction. That's why I'm saying this word. But suddenly the other person, the next person, takes it in a totally different direction to you. So you have no control of the person before you. You have no control over the person after you. You only have control of that one word that you put down. And when you place that word, you try and make sense of your word within the story that's unfolding. And just to, I think, to touch upon, I think it was Pedme, I'm not sure, who said this, or no, a couple of people said it, about wanting to think about what they say before they say it. Now it's certainly in peace studies, absolutely agree with that. And well, in sort of empathetic communication with people, we don't want to do any harm. We want to think about how we say things to people. But also, one of the things about one-word stories and improvisation in general, certainly, again, Kevin might have a different perspective from my point of view, is that we are trying not to censor what we're saying. Because in life, that's what we do all the time. We very rarely, if ever, say the first thing that comes into our mind. And it's often not because we are worried about what it might make somebody else feel about themselves or not causing pain. But actually what we're doing is we are afraid, unconsciously usually, about what it might say about us. You know, why have we said a particular word? Does that then will reflect on us? If we've said, I don't know, something that might be perceived as mean, or says something about our sexuality, or says, do you know what I mean, or anything about ourselves, what we do is providing information. And that's what's really scary about improvisation and one-word stories, is we are opening up ourselves to the people that we're working with, because we're stopping that censorship. So sometimes things will just pop out if we allow that. It's very difficult to do. It took me a long time to be able to improvise, Kevin. It's a super skill you've got there. Yeah, so that was my comment. Sorry, I don't want to take up too much time. We got, anything you want to comment on that, Kevin, before we move to the
just
other?
one more thought about, I think, this kind of two perspectives, thinking about what we're going to say so that we don't hurt others, but also practicing the art of spontaneity and not overthinking something because we're trying to come up with the perfect answer. Perhaps because we don't want to be judged or make a mistake. And I think the thing about any practice that I think is important is that practices allow us to explore the limits and test our ability. And that's so that we can be more comfortable in the moment in life. For example, it's a metaphor, but it's what comes to my mind. But if you want to fly a plane, you learn all the limits of the plane. And so you practice stalls, you practice recovery from a stall, you practice slow flight. How does the plane move when you don't have a lot of air going over the wing? It's very dangerous. So you don't want to do that when you're working as a pilot or when you're flying, but you want to know how to control those limits and to increase skill and capacity. I think that's where you get to explore the limits of thinking quickly, not censoring, so that you have a better capacity when you're just in a normal conversation. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think if I may add, actually, it's probably worthwhile to think of this if it takes place on a kind of social media context. And actually just responding to Juliana, who wrote something on the chat, maybe because when we were online doing the exercise, I was calling out names, there was an identity attached to, of course, the person, and thereby creating that element of, I need to be mindful of, the word that I choose is going to reflect me and so on. But on social media, as Juliana rightly said, there are various avatars, people pick a character, they're not necessarily who they are, which is true and makes it perhaps easier to improvise and, not be held back, or limited by this fear of improvisation. But then again, it's also important, as what Padmir had said, that we need to be mindful that we can't just say what we want to say. When we like, when we follow, when we share, it means something. There is power that lies within those actions as well. So I think it's certainly important to reflect on that. Although social media allows for this sharing and having a voice and expression online perhaps more freely, there is also a need to do it responsibly. There's someone else, Rojan says, the fear of being judged may lead to untruthful expressions. Yeah, it may forbid individuals to truly communicate how they feel. Yeah, indeed, censoring ourselves. I think we have been conditioned to self-censor, both offline and offline, the physical realm and on the social realm as well, social media realm. Andy, shall I move on to the next activity?
Sure. Yeah, please do.
Okay, so of course, in the spirit of social media and so on, you gave, all the participants here a one-word story. You produced that, right? Which of course can be disseminated strategically on various platforms with different audiences in mind. Yeah, of course, once again, to either mobilize communities, to raise awareness and so on. I think once again, it's the sentiment that's contained within the text that Kevin had typed out there, right? And if you were to think, what message would the one-word story send out if they were to be packaged as a hashtag? Okay, and of course, if you pick up 25, 32 words and so on to form a tweet, that could be, produced by a different community. Yeah, but let's look at this from the point of view of a hashtag. What we know is it's not about one person's voice, yeah, but the ability to actually find ways to capture as many voices as possible, and Kevin has done that. Thank you all for contributing to that. And of course, then to use multiple delivery channels as well. We're thinking, strength in numbers, right? So then when you begin to link the various platforms together, or the various words, each one is perhaps telling the same story, I'm not sure. Maybe that something comes to mind, right? And you begin to create a unified, perhaps even coordinated experience. Yeah. And of course, each medium or platforms makes its own unique contribution to the unfolding of a particular story. And perhaps it's a story of peace, and that will become a catalyst for conflict resolution, perhaps. But let's just look at the story that we've written. And if you've got your marker pens and your papers ready, okay, right in front of you, based on the story that you've just composed as a community here, what would be that hashtag that comes to mind as you reflect on the spirit of the story or the sentiment of the story? Kevin, do you want to share that story again on the screen?
Oh,
if it's
yeah.
not already there?
I also put it in the chat. So
Okay.
it's in the chat, but I can
Oh,
share
yes.
it on the screen as well. Okay.
That's right. So just scribble down one hashtag with marker pen on your A4 paper, and let's see what you have in 5 seconds. Not your stories, but a hashtag that you would create based on the story that we mentioned earlier.
Maybe joy, dreams, peace.
Okay. As you know, hashtags can be one word, they can be 2, 3 words joined together. And when you're done scribbling the hashtag, if you could turn on your cameras, maybe the administrator may want to take a screenshot. If you could hold your A4 paper up to the screen, to the camera. So that we all have our words. I think those with virtual backgrounds don't get to show our papers.
Yeah, if you have to hold it close to your body if you have a virtual background or a blurred background.
That's right.
It has to become one with you.
Oh, that is very deep. Lovely. Kevin, can you unshare your screen and let's see if we can get a gallery view of.
There we go.
Okay. Wow. Ah, Mushtaq, diversity. We've got the same hashtag. Love diversity. I see a lot of diversity. Peace, challenge, humanity.
Does one of the admins want to take a screenshot of all of these?
Wonderful.
Fantastic. Done?
Okay, I'm gonna count for the screenshot. 1, 2, 3. The next one, next page. Okay, if y'all can still post. 1, 2, 3. Wonderful.
Lovely. Thank you, everyone. I mean, certainly out of that story, you could see the sentiment that was shared amongst all the participants here. I mean, I saw peace, there was diversity, people were writing along the same lines, right? And so we can observe what's trending amongst us. And this is just one platform, right? And some of you may decide, of course, later to produce a short video or YouTube or Instagram story and so on. Some may go on to produce a podcast or even read the story to your listeners, create a meme, a tweet, a GIF, a video game, even a song. There's so many various ways to tell the same story, to really capture the sentiment. And of course, with the hashtag, as you know, when it is trending, you are sending a message of peace, diversity. And that's how communities are built, right? So you create a story together, regardless of where we're from. We've just done this, yeah? We are located everywhere in this world. And somehow we came to this session with a particular shared idea. And we were asked to write a story, but we were not given a theme to that story. No one said we were going to talk about, we had to give a one-word story that would talk about peace or diversity. But we did that, and we managed to grasp that sentiment from the story. So this is one way really to capture the voices of communities and then to share it, even to create an alternative framing of something, right? That, for example, if there is a dominant framework that speaks of violence, that speaks of war and so on, or hatred, this is one way to come up with the counter framing, yeah, and to perhaps make this hashtag trending. And so you create this community as well. So in various ways, we tell the same story. And imagine if you plan a one-day campaign, right? Something we call, and you may know as guerrilla marketing. And then we blast social media with these hashtags and all these other things that you may do, the podcast and the memes and so on, based on this one story. Imagine the reach. And if, as we know it, people are on multiple platforms daily anyway, they would recognize the story or storyline somehow. And of course, we're talking about psychological impact, right? I mean, that's also something, that we're familiar with. And better still, if they are moved to share the story, to use the hashtag, to disseminate it within their own circles. So just to end with this very quick hashtag activity, creating trending hashtags are also a useful tool in terms of changing the paradigm, as I mentioned earlier. We all know that as long as we adopt the language of the person or event that we are contesting, we're inadvertently falling into the same framing of a story. So new hashtags allow for this counter framing. It's an opportunity to disconnect from the conflict and to create a different narrative altogether. So finally, then, what we have done here, tagging the hashtag activity to the one-word story, is also what I'd like to call digital storytelling at its best. We've just done that. Congratulations, everyone, whereby we strive to bring forward narratives from communities to showcase a side of the community that the world has never seen. And it can be based on addressing all sorts of issues, gender, ethnicity, and class. This is one way of doing it. Thanks.
And thank you so much, Joanna. I was thinking with these topics, how do we go about learning or studying more about digital storytelling, a class where we can use social transformative theater? How could we take a class on improv for elicitive conflict workers? And it's on my mind, but Andy actually is in the process of creating an amazing new opportunity. And I just thought this would be a perfect time to hear a bit more about that, because education, I believe, is at the core of everything that we're talking about.
Thank you, Kevin. Yes, I mentioned earlier, I think that one of the common threads amongst the three of us is communication. And it's not just theatre, media, but as I think we've all discussed so far, education, learning is key. And if doing that activity, for example, Joanne, if my mother, who is a great established scholar, well published, but if you mention the word hashtag to her, she's going to, what are you talking about? Explain the hashtag to me, please. So you would had to have gone through a whole process of explaining the hashtag before she would have understood and been able to engage in that activity there. So education is I think, certainly for me and for a lot of people, it doesn't finish at school. It's a lifelong process. I've always told myself that when I feel I haven't got anything else to learn, I might as well just give up, because that for me is part of the fun of living, is learning new things. I'll never go into a class, into a lecture, into a lesson thinking, first of all, that I know everything about my subject, or that I know anything more than my students. I will always want to, as one of my personal goals, I'll want to learn something from that lecture. I'll want to learn something from that lesson. It's not just about me being a guide and sharing my sort of expert knowledge and so on, because I'm one person. I might be working with a group of 30 students. I believe within that 30 students, as individuals or as a collective, that they're going to be able to teach me something that I don't know. And it's very rare that I come out of any kind of a session where I don't feel I've learned something about myself, about the world, about life, and so on. So yeah, education is key. And as you know, one of my speciality areas is this concept, this idea of social theatre. Now, social theatre, just simply put, in my mind, is about using the tools, the skills of theatre to help us in our everyday lives. It helps us in our personal lives, it helps us in our social lives, it helps us in our continuing education, and it helps in our work and practice as well. So it's about using the skills of theatre to raise awareness, and to share, to engage, and to build our skills. I believe that social theatre skills are probably, I'll use that word, amongst the key skills that we should all learn. And in fact, the sort of the skills like the communication skills, the critical thinking skills, the creating thing, the creating skills, the creativity skills, the performance skills. I mean, the list is endless. Mathematical skills. The key skills in theatre and in social theatre we use in every aspect of our life and can be useful in any job. And I often challenge people, well, you name me a job that you don't think social or that theatre skills would be useful, and I'll try and find some skills from theatre that are of benefit. So I also, I mean, I left a little bit about me, and sort of why I think I've sort of focused in on this is that I left school. I was very disengaged with education as a young man. I did not get on with school at all, for many reasons, not least of which was the rules of the school, which I just didn't engage with, but also a lot of the stuff that I was taught. You know, it wasn't just me. A lot of people were questioning, well, why are we taught this? Why are we taught this? And why weren't we taught X, Y, and Z? And sort of reflecting back on my life, I sort of think, well, you know, why wasn't I taught how to communicate? I'll use the word better, but certainly in a variety of different ways so that I can get my voice heard. Why wasn't I taught, you know, that I could work creatively to solve a problem rather than in other ways? Why wasn't I taught, you know, what my legal rights were? Why wasn't I taught about, you know, sort of equality and opportunity and all of those kinds of things? Not taught at school. So I left school disengaged with zero qualifications. I had no qualifications at all. And I then spent sort of my teenage and 20s doing a lot of traveling. I was traveling around the world and met lots of people and learned lots of different ways of looking at the world and solving problems and dialoguing with people. And it wasn't until, well, my late 20s that I sort of re-engaged with education. And but it was always on my own terms. I engaged in education, went back to university as an adult on my own terms. Even when I did my PhD, again, I tried to get funding to do my PhD. I wasn't able to get any kind of funding. I had an idea of what it was I want to do. I got accepted at the university, and I went there, and I had to continue to work full time so that I could pay my way through university to finish my PhD. After the first year at university while doing my PhD, I was offered by one of the other professors there. They said, oh, we got some funding, come in to the university. You've got to do, I can't even remember what it was about, but it was funding to do research in a specific area. So what this professor said, he said, look, we'll pay you now, you know, we'll give you the funding to do your PhD and giving you a living allowance so you won't have to work anymore, but you have to do it on this. I was like, well, I don't want to do it on this. You know, I've come to do my PhD on something that I believe is useful and important. And so I turned down that opportunity to have my PhD fully funded because, again, I'd be doing something that I wasn't even interested in. And also, I felt that I was suddenly being controlled to do something in a particular way that I wasn't happy with. So I sort of tell a bit of that story. I'm not going to tell you my life story, but just to tell you that my experience of education as a young person and partly as an adult wasn't the best wasn't the best that one could have. And because I've seen the benefits of what theatre and social theatre has done to my own life and the opportunities that it's opened up to me, it's made me look at those skills and how they can be sort of put together and offered to people so that they can experience education in a different way. So what I've done is I've developed a course in social theatre. It's a 2-year course, and I'm in the process of starting up a new college. It's although I've done an awful lot of work in the area, there's still a lot of hoops that I have to jump through. Not least of which is the regulatory bodies of the UK and accreditation and all the rest of it. But essentially, what I'm trying to do is a 20 module course over 2 years that gives students experience of theatre itself, of performing, of communication skills, of some of the skills of deep philosophy as well, but also we've got things like the theatre of the oppressed, theatre of resilience, therapeutic theatre, therapeutic play, theatre and diversity, theatre in the criminal justice system. So all of these different types of what we call social theatre. So remember, social theatre is about using the skills of theatre to solve problems or raise awareness, or not only to build skill in specific key areas. And students, and they can start from school, so they can get their, it's sort of 16 plus. So in the UK, we have what's called GCSEs, O-levels, which is not sufficient to go to university. If you want to go to university, you then have to get something called A-levels. In Malaysia, SPM, right? My memory. So SPM is the same as O-levels, right? But in Malaysia, there is already a route where you can go from SPM O-levels, you can do a 2-year diploma, and that diploma will allow you to go to take a degree at university. So I'm sort of partly using that model. So I've created a diploma that people can, when they leave school, they can go on the diploma, use if they don't feel that they're academically minded and they like to work creatively, they can use this diploma and the way that we offer the courses in a creative way, non-exam based, continual assessment, project work, performance work. But graduates at the end of it then will be able to use that diploma to go on to university. But not only that, although they can use it to go on to university, they'll also have a fantastic grounding of skills that will allow them to go on to the job, I would say, of their choice, because it is the skills that lots of companies, not just theatre companies or arts companies, but many of the top businesses, the creative skills, the analytical skills, the critical thinking skills, and so on, that businesses now are crying out for. But it also gives them a grounding for their life in general. It improves their social skills. It improves, how they interact with their families, with their communities, with their partners, with their friends, with strangers, and so on. And what I'm hoping is sort of almost going to be a byproduct of this education is not only is it going to give the students, the individuals that join the courses, the opportunities to work and for further education, but it's going to instill that sense of collaboration, of a want to collaboration, an understanding of the various aspects of diversity, the ability to be able to communicate their ideas to a wide range of people, and also to help them understand their own ideas. And specifically to what we're doing here, it's going to instill this sense of empathy, of reflection, of wanting to live in a peaceful world. And I believe that's important because although it's resting in individuals, they're then going to plant the seeds out into their families, into their friends, into their communities, into where they go to work, where they go to travel, and whoever they interact with. So I see it as an opportunity for, as I said, in a nutshell, for young people to use as a vehicle to go on to university or to work, but also for no age. There's no age limit to coming and doing a diploma in social theatre. So that's kind of without going on and on and on or giving you all the modules. It's not. I don't see it as an easy route. It's not, oh, I can't do academic stuff, let's go and do a diploma in social theatre. No, I would say it's a tougher route. I would say you will be scrutinised more. You will work harder, you'll work longer hours, not because we're forcing you to do that, but actually because you want to do it, because you're engaged, you're enjoying yourself, you're having fun, you're learning new stuff, you're meeting new people, you're engaging with not just your fellow cohort of students, but you're actually engaging with a wider dialogue with people all over the world. So yeah, the college that I'm creating is called the College for Creative Change, and I'm hoping, my vision is that it is going to be a sort of a little greenhouse, if you like, for change makers, for people to promote change, to experience change, to be able to deal with change. And I mean, one of the things that something that often people say to me, they say, I'm just a person. I'm one person. How can I change the world? I can't change the world, so I'm just not going to bother. Or they just say, yeah, what can I do? Because I tried to change the world and I failed. And I think that's one of the issues with a lot of people, is that they feel that an act, a book, a performance, a protest, or whatever they do, they've got to change the whole world. Well, I don't want to burst any bubbles here, but unless you're a once in a century Gandhi or Martin Luther King or whatever, where you're going to make a huge impact on the world, very few of us are going to be able to do that. And I think it's actually a problem that we try to do that, because we can all create change. And the first place we create change is within ourselves. And once we allow ourselves to be able to change through a whole variety of means, not least of which is a self-reflective process, but then we look locally. We don't have to look globally. We can look locally. We can start with our families. We can start with our children, with our parents. We can start with our friends. We can start within our local communities. And for me, making change is about planting those seeds. And then, bringing it back to the one-word story, it's planting those seeds, giving them a little bit of care, watering them, a bit of fertilizer, and then letting them grow how they want to grow, not trying to control how they're going to grow, because that's going to stifle everything. It's trying to make change, instilling in people the concepts of deep, if you like, and also providing them the skills in which they can then engage with their friends, their communities in the world. And that way, change will happen. I feel like I've talked for a bit too long there.
if I can then add to this concept, talking about education, if we look back, I would say education has, in many countries, in many in educational institutions, has become very passive. And as a lecturer at a university, And as someone who's worked with all ages in schools and workshops, I've seen the passivity, the desire to know what's on the test just to pass a test. But then the whole process is lost. And then this is also a loss of agency and our ability to make choices, to act. How do we work together in a direction? I think this is one of the pedagogical aspects of theater as a means of learning. Paulo Freire, Theater of the Oppressed, Augusto Boal, David Diamond, Theater for Living. I think these concepts embrace theater as a very proactive and fully engaged way of learning, not just an old book and listening to a lecture.
Absolutely true, and building on what you say there, Kevin, I think, and I mean, luckily there's not many places of learning now that sort of go with the old school of learning, where the lecture comes in as the source of all knowledge and imparts it to their students. It very much is engaging and sharing. It's a collaborative process of learning. One of the key skills that I still think is lacking with a lot of students, and I think this stems still from much of old school education at school level, if you like, is this ability of people to be able to ask questions, to critically think, if you like, to critically engage. And we've touched upon some of these issues already. You know, they're afraid to say the wrong thing. They're afraid to expose themselves in some way. They're frightened they might look silly by asking the wrong questions, or they might look silly that they should already know the answer to a particular question. The more we can free up people's minds and give them the courage, I think, to ask those questions and not be afraid to ask those questions, I think is going to help everybody. And I think one of the things that us as teachers, guides, and so on ourselves, is that we can promote that, because we shouldn't be afraid to be questioned ourselves. Just because we've had a vast experience in a particular area, it doesn't mean that there aren't other ways of doing things, or there's other points of view, or that people can disagree with us. I always say when I'm working with people that, please disagree with me, question me. Let's have a dialogue. Let me hear what your point of view is, and maybe give me a chance to phrase my understanding or what I'm trying to explain in a different way as well, rather than having those teachers that they don't want to be questioned, because in some sense it makes them feel, you know, it kind of lowers their power, it lowers their status and so on if a student is going to ask them things. So yeah, I think that's one of the key things that we need to continually try to
You know, Andy, I like what you said about seedling seeds and fertilizing it. I mean, it brings to mind what Deleuze and Guattari talks about, the rhizome, isn't it? And that's it. You know, the spirit of social media is that there is that opportunity for it to just go in various places and just become various products, if you like, on social media, whereby you have a message or an idea and it can take various forms. There isn't necessarily a need to have structure. You know, again, I'm contesting structure a little bit, Kevin. I you know, perhaps you may want to you know, say something as well. But you know, it's very unlike what you do, perhaps, because social media allows for that, that immense space to, once again, not necessarily be attached to an identity, but at the same time to be able to propagate posts and ideas and messages across various platforms on social media. Guys, I see a lot of nice comments on the chat, but I'm mindful that there's also an activity that we may want to. Do you think we have time for that? Do we want to address?
I was going to just like I said, be mindful that I think we have 15 minutes left.
Yeah,
that's right.
We want to give everybody a chance to maybe ask us some questions about anything we've talked about today as well.
Yeah.
How would you like to proceed, Dr. Joanne?
I think there are some very nice comments on the chats on social media. Maybe I'll just address them a little bit. And I think there's a few comments as well for you, Angie, and Kevin.
I haven't looked at the chat. Maybe I should.
Perhaps.
Okay.
I think Shan, Monica, Joyce, you do raise really very, very real concerns about social media, and absolutely, it's going that direction. In that sense that because there is so much of information on social media, people are obviously going about spreading fake news and so on. I mean, in a way, algorithms control what we see, and we need to be hugely aware, of course, of the structural role of technology. So despite platform owners, Facebook, Meta, and so on, having pledged that there will be much less of such activities, this is largely an algorithmic game that we see online. And so the techies, of course, are talking about using AI to tackle disinformation and polarization by enabling automatic fact checking, for example. I mean, it's essentially an algorithmic manipulation to enable verification and to disable existing algorithms that perpetuate polarization. Yet, in the same breath, there are vultures talking about using AI to increase user engagement, to push people to choose media outlets which confirm their biased opinions. So yes, you're absolutely right, Shan. Disinformation cannot yet be regulated away. And before you know it, we are fed with not only what we're looking for, but what the powers that be want us to see or not see, and to believe that it is the ultimate truth that we're seeing. I mean, blockchain protocols can only do so much in ensuring that not one entity dominates or manipulates data and transactions. Alas, it is actually up to us to decide, decipher, verify, filter, and act, right, as individuals, or better still, as a community. So if I may just kind of say, I'm more hopeful about what we can do as a community, which is to actually take transparency measures, right? Rogen and so on, Padma, you talked about, the other side, people who have fake identities and so on. It is about taking transparency measures and addressing systemic risk. We cannot regulate content online per se, but we must work towards putting in place resources and processes to protect public health, democracy, fundamental rights, and of course, peace, which is what we're here to talk about today. There is a need for public action to build and to contribute to platforms that actually enable users to check and verify information. Perhaps that's where we should start. It's the education, as Andy rightly says, as well. And then it's that action, right, to actually contribute to this community to verify information and so on.
Thank you, Dr. Joanne. So just checking the time. Right, so we've got 10 minutes or so, or however long the admins let us roll on from that. I think we will now open the floor up to questions. So if you've got any questions that you'd like to ask any of the three of us about anything we've talked about today, or anything you'd like to just add into the mix, we would love to hear it. And we've got one hand up, so we'll start with Juliana. Juliana, what's your question?
You're muted.
You're muted.
And we have 2 hands up now.
Yeah. Juliana, don't forget to take your. That's it.
Okay, okay. I unmute myself. Okay, hi everyone. Okay, we have a very short time left. Okay, I know that social media is really a lot, have actually contributed a lot to our lives. But my concern is, what is it? How is it beneficial to the youth? Especially, they are very, most of them here, especially the youth here, actually they are very, very excited about TikTok and all that, and they forgot about their limit. You know, like they forgot about the age, and they are still really young age, and they talk a lot of vulgar words and foul language and all of that is really annoying actually. So what is I think that is also causing a lot of problem to those who are growing up. You know, that's a very bad influence to other kids. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Juliana. I guess I'll address that, Kevin, Andy. Absolutely. I think, young people, whether we like it or not, they are so exposed to, these kinds of verbal cues, if you like, words, language, that they pick up very easily. And on the one hand, I'm a parent myself. I cannot police my child and say, you can't use these. I mean, they're a whole different person online, actually, rather than, what you see there at home. And so what we can do, I would say, is actually really, I mean, it sounds utopian and so on, but to instill perhaps a kind of paradigm shift in their lives. Once again, it is about creating something else that is more in that way alternative, or I wouldn't say alternative, it should be the new mainstream, in fact, of language, of peace, perhaps, language that we would want to hear them speak, but viralize that, make that trending. So it's always about creating a new trend to overtake another that we want to snuff out, right? And so I think it's about creating that within that circle. Once again, they don't want to see adults doing it, or, the elderly. It's almost like, mother telling them off and so on. It's to find young people who share the same concerns as you and I, to create this and to say, hey guys, look, this is the language we should use, but not to address the language that we are contesting, but just to create this new way of speaking, if you like, or way of thinking, right? So that's why I introduced the hashtag activity as well, which in a way we can move communities or young people away from what they are already so doing right on social media, and really try and offer this alternative framing.
Yes, thank you, Dr. I mean, it comes back down to, doesn't it, to back down to education as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, if even as a base, I think if we teach young people, which is who your question was directed at, Juliana, to be able to critically engage with social media and what they read online, I think that's going to help. Again, some basic education which is missing from a lot of education systems, is how do we stay safe online? How do we critically engage? Do we go to the sort of the fake news check sites, which is where we used to go to? A lot of people still do, but then also now recently we find out that these are actually owned by a lot of the sort of big corporations that want you to think in a particular way as well. So it's a minefield, and I think it's layered, and I think part of the education is teaching young people to be able to think for themselves, also teaching them to actually engage with each other. They can explore the fakiness of news and what they're going to share. And lastly, if I'm going to share something online, which I do, I will, even if a friend of mine has shared something, oh, look at this great thing that's going on, I won't automatically click share, because I'm going to check the source. I'm going to go to the source before I share it, because I don't know if they've checked the source before they've shared it. And there's so many people that don't check that eventually, if enough people share it, then people start believing it as well. Dr. Rojan, you have your hand up.
This time I will not be asking any question, but I would like to express my support about the use of art in education, in inculcating the concepts to the children. I am an educator, and at the same time, I am also a professional photographer. So acknowledging the role of education, because Danish, one of the great authors in peace education, once said, peace and education are inseparable aspects of civilization. So going back to what Dr. Andy Hickson mentioned about communication, I really agree that communication is not just limited to writing and speaking. Each child has its own ability, and we have to recognize the multiple intelligences. I am very passionate when it comes to education and art. So with that, we have to tailor pedagogies that can address, that can cater the different needs of our students. So I'm very happy that Dr. Joanne Lim mentioned about Valentina Bao. I read her study, and I'm very happy to share that my dissertation was inspired by her study, which is Participatory Photography for Peace. So because of my passion in education and photography, I was able to focus in the merging of art, the merging of education and research, and as a final product on how to teach peace with the use of participatory photography, which is very in line to the constructivist approach, which is very responsive to the 21st century learning setup, in which we encourage the learners to be an active participant of learning. Okay? They can ask, they can reflect. So long story short, I was able to write a book as part of my dissertation, which is how to use participatory photography as a creative and collaborative tool in teaching peace education. So as what you have mentioned, that not everyone has the ability to express in writing. Now, this is one alternative in which, with the use of different media, we will be able to communicate the knowledge, we'll be able to make them embrace the values, and of course, the skills which are integral to peace education. And this is also aligned to the C4D framework, which is communication for development, that we can use different media, different platforms to educate our children. And study shows that my findings, I would like to share, that participatory photography is such an potential methodology that can be very responsive to the 21st century learning environment, and at the same time, a medium that we can use for peace building, because it creates space for collaboration, safe space for discourse, and of course, empowering learners. So I think that's all. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to express.
Would really like to thank you, Rojan, for expressing that. I think that is actually a great summary for us to be able to finish on. I won't mention your name. There has been one or two direct messages to me, and I'm sure Kevin and Joanne have received those too. Thank you for sharing your stories with me. I appreciate those, but as I said, you sent them to me directly, so I won't discuss them openly in the group. I have posted my email address in the group. If anybody have any additional questions they'd like to ask me, please feel free to get in touch. And I'm sure if you can't access the chat, the organisers will be giving out people's addresses and so on in any way. I want to thank you for listening to us. It's been an honour to be able to present some of our ideas to everybody here. So yeah, my name's Andy. I'm going to sort of sign off from this. Kevin, Joanne, is there any last words that you would like to say?
Kevin?
Okay, thank you, Joanne. It was really nice to be here and to share a little bit about improv and elicitive conflict transformation, Peace Prov, and really nice, Andy, Joanne, to meet you and share this space. Thank you.
Thanks again, everyone. Once again, to the organizers, of course, Andy, Kevin, likewise, really, really an honor to share the space with you. And everyone here, let's embrace digital peace building. And I believe we have taken important steps towards achieving this today. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, presenters. It was quite a challenging task to end a full day of course. It's a very long day for all of the participants, but you all managed to gain all of their attention. So thank you so much. Participants, this is the end of today's session. We will meet you tomorrow at 10 a.m. That is GMT +7 Jakarta time. All right. Thank you so much. I'll see you all tomorrow. And thank you again, Dr. Andy, Dr. Lim, Dr. Kevin.
Bye.
Bye.
Ciao.
Bye.
Let's go. Okay.